Oh, Meda. Which one is it? Oh, Medach. Ish, askis. Medach. Oh, yeah, not Meda, Medach. My name is Bones Mudise. Because of you, I've been given the opportunity to chair the portfolio committee. Thank you so much. Medach.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Good afternoon to the honorable members and our stakeholders. My name is Nomathemba Mokgethi, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Khomuzo Tong, and I'm a member of this committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. That is
Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee and members of the community at large. My name is Magwena Slepen. I'm the DDG responsible for education and STARS in Department of Infrastructure Development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Afternoon to the community of BOKSBURG. My name is Richard Chabalala from Department of Infrastructure Development, Internal Project Manager. Thanks.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon to the community of BOKSBURG. My name is Kensani Baloyi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure at Gauteng Education.
Good afternoon, honorable members, and good afternoon to the members of the BOKSBURG community. My name is Thando Mamba. I'm the project manager also from Department of Infrastructure Development.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members and the community. My name is Moses Itebe, Director Internal Control from Department of Infrastructure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and committee members, as well as the community. My name is Mandla Twala. I'm from Department of Infrastructure Development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, Baahi ba mo BOKSBURG, Lebitso la ka ke Levi Mashabela. I am from GDID. Thanks.
Good afternoon, honorable members and the community from BOKSBURG. My name is Nombo Sonzuza. I'm the director from GDID.
Good afternoon, the committee and the chairperson, as well as the community. My name is Tawame Kemal. I'm from DID, Deputy Director there. Thank you.
Good day, Chair. Good day, honorable members. Good day, the community at large. My name is Khawkhelo Ndimande, HOT support. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Thandeka Mthethwa from DID Lease Management.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the community. I'm Charity Gunene, DID Property Management. Thank you.
okay. Huh? Okay. Can you move to the next item? I think item 3 we've done with it. The adoption of the agenda and confirmation we've done with it. We're going now to on presentation. That's item 4. A presentation of schools from the Department of Infrastructure. We are going to start with Maibuye. It's 4.1, Maibuye. Okay. Okay. We have a proposal.
Just wait for the mic for the purpose of recording. So that kusasa bangakusukeli that you said this and you never said those.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Comrade Khoshi Tobachale. I'm a member of the community of BOKSBURG. First point is that I wanted to acknowledge and also second that we must not accept the apology of the HOD. The HOD of the department is non-cooperative, and that as a community, we must not accept it. And that if he's not here in the second meeting or the upcoming meeting, then he's then going to render this meeting useless. Comrade, leadership seated there. I wanted to understand the constitutionality of this meeting here, because what I've sensed is that this meeting is full of officials, but not community members. Given that it is not by choice, it is because of the weather or the nature. Nature dictated to us that we can't be here, the full of us, or the majority of the community members. Then I'm saying, or I'm moving with a proposal that because majority of community members that are present here do not form a quorum, which means this house is full of officials than community. So the meeting is then, according to my knowledge, being rendered unconstitutional, and that we do not proceed with it and have a proper date that will then manage, or those who are responsible for organizing the meeting will then look at the future weather. You know, this weather, you can predict it by simply going to Google and check before you arrange a meeting. Or what will be the weather on the 7th of November? And also, leadership or baetapele ba rena ba ba dutjeng ka mo pele ke yona proposal ya gona eo a ke tsebe le tae bona bjang. Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Thank you so much for your contribution and input that you have made. I'm sure you were listening when Member Togo spoke and said this meeting is now a legislature meeting. This venue is now a precinct of the legislature, and therefore all the rules that apply in the legislature are going to apply in this meeting. That means when the legislature sits, there are people that are invited that sit in the gallery of the legislature. Former President Thabo Mbeki welcome of the legislature sitting, not necessarily to dictate to the meeting of the legislature what needs to happen. Why we are here today, what is going to be presented in this meeting today, even if we're to come in the next 40 days or 60 months, will not change. The information that is going to be presented here today will not change. When we go back to history and ask history, what was the information prepared for a meeting of BOKSBURG community in a BOKSBURG City Hall? The information will be the same. Second to that, the HOD of infrastructure development is not here because of the weather. It's not true. The reason she is not here is because Finance Committee is meeting, and they have invited all senior officials to come and take stock and account of the performance of their own department. So there is no way she can be here and do the finance meeting at the same time. Ntate Selepe is here, who is the Deputy Director General in the Department of Infrastructure Development. He is the senior or the most senior official of all the officials that were told there are many here today. And the reason there are many here today is because some of you who were with us in the morning, who saw the school called Maibuye, I'm told it's in Midrand. Is it Midrand, ne? Tembisa, Midrand. Those who know Maibuye, those who know the children of Maibuye and the conditions that they are subjected to study in will understand the importance of this meeting. We just came from Lakeside? Lakeside, ne? Lakeside View or just Lakeside? Lakeside. What we were told there by the management of the school led by the principal, if you receive the report now and you listen to what the principal and the management says in contradicting the report or in agreeing with the report, believe you me, it's an information that you want to live here with, including Barcelona and other schools. So the reason we're here is that, sometimes we sit in the legislature, these things happens between the portfolio committee and the department. You are not there as members of the community, and it is you who's supposed to receive this project. The beneficiation of this project, it's meant for you. So why should we hide this information? Why should we hide the department failures and successes from you? Because at the end of the day, when everything has been said and done, we want you as members and community members of BOKSBURG to stand up and say to us as a portfolio committee, we don't agree with the presentation that has been made by the department. They're not telling the truth. In fact, this is the actual truth that is happening there. I am very interested in hearing the department, especially around Lakeside Primary, because what the principal said to us and what the department is going to say is going to be very interesting. I'm sure for the principal and the staff in the Lakeside, they would want to hear. Because the principal says to us, before the department came into Lakeside and did the renovations, the school was sitting at 95% operational. Now the school is at 40%. There's no longer electricity in the school, there's no longer alarm, and all of these things were there before. We want to hear whether the department is going to agree that they failed the Lakeside, or they're going to say, no, we arrived, Lakeside was at 20%, when we left them was at 90%. Some of you here are members of the SGB at Lakeside, some of you are members of SGB at Maibu, and so on and so forth. So it is important for us, don't worry about the department, it is important for us as a portfolio committee to hear from you. That's why we invited you. Yes, we could have been smart and checked the weather, but it's human error. We all assumed it's summer now, it's time for hotness and so on and so forth. I mean, just yesterday it was hot and today it's raining. We couldn't foretell, but we can promise you, henceforth, when we arrange these meetings, we'll look at the weather for two weeks in advance to say, on this day, what is it in Izangoma Zezulu? On the possibility of rain, coldness, and so on. The last meeting, members who were in Duduza, were freezing to death. But the community of Duduza said, we are not leaving here until you finish with your presentation. And we had to preserve and go ahead with the meeting. And that's all we are asking. Don't worry about the department. Worry about the information that they are going to give you. Compare it to the information that you have and what you know is happening in the schools. I hope you all have this agenda. I hope you have seen the schools that are going to talk to. The information that they are going to give us, is it the information that you have? And if you check agenda item 6, it's your agenda. It is you who are going to stand up and tell us if the department is telling the truth. You will say, on behalf of Maibuye Primary, we want to contest what the department is saying, because it's not true. There's no student that are going to school in Maibuye, but the department says the school is operational, children are going to school. You will stand up and say, no, it's not true that the Lakeside is working, there's electricity and all of that, because we were there. The school is run on generator disturbs your children. Yet there's money that was spent to upgrade the school. Are you happy with what is happening in Lakeside? The report that you are going to receive, is it what we know? And that's all you are asking for. So we're asking for your indulgence to allow the department to continue and therefore engage with the report from the department. Can we do that, please, members, so that we are able to move? Is it in order? Thank you very much. Ntate Slepe, can we invite you and your team to take us through the presentation? This is what we are proposing. I'm told that the food is ready. And you know, the jotse are paying prior, dinale lifespan. So a pre-cooked meal have a certain lifespan. If you don't consume that food within a certain period, you are going to get sick, you'll have a running stomach and so on. So they are busy preparing the food stations. Once it's ready, after 4.5, we'll go have lunch. We'll agree whether it's 30 minutes or 45 minutes lunch, and then we come back. When we come back, after 5, additions from the Department of Education. Once that is done, we eat, we come back, we open for you. So you can lobby each other during, lunch. Lobby each other, Mzala, when you raise this one, man, I'll raise this one. When you put it this way, man, I'll put it this way. So that when we leave here, bangzulu utabe corner. Next time when the portfolio comes, they must not invite me because they say bayangisaba. Ngithi yabona mawukhuluma kakhulu ansikubhekile ndoto mfowethu sakubona ukuthi I know. So ngifuna ukutshela uMaureen uthi Maureen, next time when you invite stakeholders, lo portfolio ungasam invite. Yabona. So that's what we are going to do so that at least to have that vibrancy, because we want you to challenge the department in front of us and say this is the information that you have and this is what you are presenting and therefore you are not being honest. Or there's a members of media here. When you are done, they might want to take 1 or 2 of you as an interview. Please grant them that opportunity, speak to them and tell them what you know and tell them why you raised what you raised in the meeting so that we own up to all of these things that are happening in our province. So that is I'm not sure who's doing the first presentation on Maibuye. We'll take them as they are. And then we'll take additions from the officials.
Two.
Okay. Can we have audio from the roving mic? Can we have audio mic? And when we come, listen to them. So let's have audio. Do you have audio on that lab? All right.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I've got a team of 2 project managers who will take us through, who will lead the presentation of the of the schools that we have as listed on the agenda. I've got Mr. Mamba, who will lead on Maibuye, and then I've got Mr. Chabalala, who will lead on the rest of the projects, Barcelona, Lakeside, and Morobeng. And then we'll run them like that. We've got, in terms of the presentation, is one presentation, and they are segregated in terms of that presentation. Mr. Mamba.
Greetings, Honorable Chair and the honorable members of the legislature, and to the BOKSBURG community again, and to my colleagues from GDID. I'm not sure if I must just go straight ahead. Need to be late. Thanks once more. As introduced earlier on, my name is Tando Mamba from the Department of Infrastructure Development. I'm the project manager for Maibuye Primary School, which is in Tembisa / Midrand. I'm going to be doing my presentation now as shown on the screen. My presentation basically will be structured in these 6 items, which is from number 1 to 6, project background, project layout, project information, the project scope, the project challenges, and I'll show some pictures of what is happening on site currently. Moving on to the project background. I'm not sure if I must read this, Chair. I can read it, all of it, if I'm allowed to read all this information on the background.
It's going to suit you.
It's whatever is going to suit me. Okay, I will go through it so that we're all aligned on what the background of where the project comes from and the background on it. Oh, sorry. I can feel it. I'm far. So as mentioned, we're presenting on Maibuye. The Maibuye Primary School project was initiated to replace the mobile classroom infrastructure with a brick and mortar facility. The request for service to construct a new primary school was received by DID initially on the 14th of July 2014. It contained an instruction to implement the project with immediate effect. Furthermore, it confirmed the site location in terms of where the project would be constructed, articulated as F2326 Commercial Rabi Ridge Midrand. As contained in the PEP dated 25 July 2014, DID proceeded with the procurement of the initial contractor, the name being Basic Blue Nevervest JV, on a 10-key arrangement as requested by GDE. The contractor's scope of works was for the design, construction, and finishing of the school. During implementation, the project encountered many challenges, including land use right, illegal encroachment on the property, council-imposed instruction, and GDE-initiated scope change request. These challenges introduced undesired delays and affected the smooth running of the project. The non-approval of the scope change request became a major contributor that compelled the project to a halt, which ultimately led to a termination of the initial contract. In April 2022, DID appointed the PSP team, which would assist with the completion of the project. After the appointment of the PSPs, conditional assessment had to be done in order to confirm fitness for purpose of what was previously constructed. The conditional assessment culminated in the formulation of the completion scope and the bill of quantities. Towards the end of 2022, it was decided that the scope of work will be divided into two. The works within the premises of the school was to be implemented by a GDE-appointed contractor and managed by GDE. The works outside the school premises was to be implemented by DID-appointed contractor and managed by DID. The procurement of contractors was finalized in August 2023, and the contractor has completed site establishment and commenced with determination of invert levels and services detection along the new pipeline position. This is now the last paragraph on the DID contractor. And then just moving along with the presentation, that's where the school is. That's a bird's eye view of where the school is, with the gray being the school, the actual school buildings existing on site. And the project layout also, as per our drawings, it's something like that. That looks. The project information, the phase one, that word is not supposed to maybe be there, it will be mislead. There's not really phases on the project, as it's just a completion project now. But this is information of our contractor, the DID contractor now that is on site, started doing the works. The contractor's name is PK Financial Consultants. The PSP firm, that is the construction project manager leading the project, is Gudungomo Investment and Consulting. And the works that's being done or service that the department has requested to be offered by the service providers is the rerouting of a sewer line, drop-off zone, entrance driveway, and sidewalk. The site was handed over to the contractor officially on the 29th of September 2023. And the planned completion date was 31 January, so they have 4 months that was allowed on the program contractually. And the contract value for the works outside that is being done by DID is about 2.8 million, including VAT, and the professional fees are about 1 million, also including VAT. And further information on the on my book here is, as per this slide, my name is Tando Mamba. I'm the project manager from the department, the internal project manager. I think the other information is more of a repetitive, but I'll just go down to the bullet points below, which are more important. The DID allocated external scope of work. DID allocated the external scope of works, repeating that, and the contractor was appointed on the 1st of August. The contract signing, that was 20 September 2023. Site handover, as mentioned earlier on, was the 29th of September 2023. A formal site establishment where the contractor really started to do works was on the 25th of October 2023. And the delays were because of engagement with the community, the labor desk, and the business forums. That took some time, it's a norm that happens, and maybe we could plan better on that on the next project. And then the next, and the date of next deliverable is based on our scope of work is obviously to do trenching of the sewer line, reroute it, and lay the sewer pipes. And that's the main scope of the DID side of works. And then moving right along, just to confirm exactly what the deliverables will be for the DID contractor. It will be it's construction of a sewer line, entrance, driveways, and sidewalk. That is when you come to the school to be able to drive your car nicely and come park it at the school, and also the drop-off zone for the kids. Project challenges. Currently, the one major issue was the stakeholder engagement with the community. As mentioned earlier on, that's what delayed us to not move quickly to site from the 1st of August. We only could able to start on site only on the 25th of October. And we had some assistance as well from the Office of the Premier, from the Rapid Response Units, to assist us to unlock some things that were there on site in terms of dealing with the community issues. My presentation is almost coming to an end. So we are on site, as per the picture that you can see there. We are already starting to move the ground or do some groundwork with our contractor. And in conclusion, I think we'll just note these points, that the portfolio committee to take notes of the progress achieved. The PSP and DID are committed to complete the project as per planned program. Local stakeholders will be involved to avoid any project disruption. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, everyone. That's where my presentation ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Tando. I'll request that we take note of all the questions which we're going to ask after all the presentations. We won't engage with Maibuye now, but we'll wait until all the presentations are done. Then, therefore, thereafter we'll engage with the department. The next presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members. Afternoon to my colleagues from both Department of Infrastructure as well as Department of Education. Good afternoon to the school principal as well as SGB, and then the community of BOKSBURG at large. My name is Richard Chabalala. I will take you through 3 projects from 4.3 to 4.5 as indicated in the agenda. The first project, which is a Barcelona Primary School. All these presentations, they basically have the same contents in terms of the information that we're going to present, so I will automatically move to project background. In terms of the project background for Barcelona Primary School, Barcelona Primary School is situated at F22640, Ngungunyana Avenue in Barcelona at Ituatwa in Barcelona. The project objective is to achieve the following: to construction of a permanent school to replace the existing prefabricated units. There's also some few buildings that are done with brick and mortar. And then the entire school is going to be a ICT smart school in terms of the scope. And then the other point is to provide the adequate and conducive learning and teaching space, as it has been indicated that the learners currently they are at the mobile classes. And then to also improve the working condition by providing the supporting facility to the staff as well as the learners, and also to try and elevate the issue of safety with regard to the current situation that they are in now. All the phases of the project, except the advertising of the project to find the contractor, were initiated and approved. I will just move to the next slide in terms of the project layout. The project layout that we see there is in terms of all the buildings or facilities that we are going to be constructing for Barcelona Primary School. I will try to elaborate more on the scope of work so that we can be able to understand what is in that layout. And then the next page is still a layout regarding Barcelona. And then in terms of project information, the client is Gauteng Department of Education, and then the implementing agent is ourselves, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development. And then there is consultants that have been appointed to plan the project until up to where we are. The first one, which is the lead consultant, is Blackhead Consulting, and there's AEC Consulting, and then there's Kwena Munareng. So all these consultants, it comprises of the project manager, the architect, the engineers, as well as a health and safety consultant. In terms of the site handover, it's we said to be announced or to be confirmed once we have appointed the contractor. But in terms of the duration of the project, it's going to be 24 months once we hand over the site to the contractor. And then the next slide, it's also in terms of the more information, where we indicate the budget that has been allocated in this financial year, as well as the expenditure to date, and then the project cost. In terms of the allocated budget for this financial year, we have 15 million, and the expenditure to date is 24 million, which is for the planning of the project that was paid to the consultants that were mentioned on the above slides. And then in terms of the project cost, it's 215 million. This is inclusive of the professional fees for those consultants that are planning the project. In terms of point number one, it was indicating that the procurement documentation was approved by the 6th April 2022. After the planning of the project and then the procurement document was prepared, the client approved the procurement documentation, but however, there was a challenge in terms of the land that delayed the issue of implementation of the project. And then there was a lease that was sent to us that was coming from from City of Ekurhuleni that can be utilized for us to build out. However, that in terms of the law, it is not acceptable, hence we were delayed in terms of construction of the school. But in terms of moving forward, we received good news from City of Ekurhuleni. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the date, I think it was the 27th of September, that they were giving us a permission to build the school. instead of permission to occupy or a lease agreement. So in terms of that document, then it enables us to go ahead and construct the school. So from that point, then we initiated the processes in terms of starting the supply chain processes in terms of appointing the contractor, of which we got the latest procurement documentation from the consultants, and then we sent to our supply chain management, which started the process, and then it went through those processes where even the HOD approved the document that we can go ahead and procure the contractor. So basically that's what is on these slides. I just wanted to summarize just to save time instead of reading everything. And then in terms of the project scope of work that we have seen in that layout, we are going to have an administration block, which is a new building. It's block A, and then we're going to have grade R, which is going to be a 4-classroom, and it's also a new building. All the buildings that I'm mentioning here, are new buildings. And then there's block C and D, which is from grade 1 to grade 7. That is 40 classrooms. And then block E, it's a laboratory with a library, computer room, and then the media. And then there is also block I, which is a physical education, sports and recreation area. We are going to have a guardhouse, a nutrition center, and then a combi court, and then a sport field. And then the next slide is still a continuation of the scope of work here in terms of external works. The bulk earthworks is going to be done. There will be a perimeter fence, parking and paving, as well as assemble area and the covered walkways, stormwater management, water supply, retaining wall, and then sewer and drainage. That is a part of the scope of work that is going to be done at Barcelona Primary School. It's a lot of work, hence there is this is page number 3, and then which is also be inclusive of mechanical works and electrical works that we're going to be doing. In terms of the project challenges that were accounted for with regard to the implementation of Barcelona, the project hold, DID estimates before we receive the permission to build, the document was sent previously to supply chain as I've indicated, but however it was not approved because of this issue of land, because then if we didn't have that letter for permission to build, it means even at that time, if we're going to build the school, we were not going to get occupational certificate. But however, that problem has been resolved as we have received that letter. And then the other challenge, the community unrest, and then this was due to the fact that, of course, based on the current situation that the school, the community wasn't happy because of the delays that took in terms of finalizing the implementation of the project. However, as I've indicated, all those matters has been resolved. And then the next slide is the pictures that shows the current state of the school, what they are utilizing now. And then this is also the pictures in the next page. And then in terms of conclusion, we would like the portfolio committee to take note of the progress that is achieved. There are timelines there as per the program in terms of what we anticipate when the contractor can be on site to start with construction. In terms of, I've highlighted that we have already passed through the stages with supply chain, and then the procurement documentation was accepted by HOD. And then according to the program from supply chain, they've indicated that they will send the invitation to the contractors on the 7th, which is today. And then in terms of this invitation, I think the department has taken a route to try and shortcut the issue of the timelines that are taking in terms of procuring the contractor for advertising and all those things. So those invitations, I believe they will be coming from a panel of bidders that were approved by the department. And then in terms of the appointment, according to the program from supply chain, they have indicated that the appointment is going to take place on the 24th of this month. And then contracting, when we talk about the contracting, we mean the signing of contract by the successful bidder, as well as the balancing of bid and then the submission of guarantees. We anticipate that to be done by the 29th of January 2024. And then we anticipate to do a site handover to the contractor on the 31st of January 2024. And then the project completion will be 12 December 2025, which is that 24 months that I have indicated on the previous slides. So what happened yesterday, we had an engagement that was arranged by stakeholder at the hall at another school there, because there is no venue, to brief the SMMEs that are going to be participating in the project in terms of work opportunities. And then we also have an engagement with the principal as well as the SGB to give them the progress to date, and then also indication of the timelines in terms of when the contractor will be on site. So basically, that is the progress that has been made with regard to Barcelona. Thank you. Without any waste of time, if I can be allowed to move to the next project, which is Lakeside Primary School. In terms of the background for Lakeside Primary School, Lakeside Primary School is situated at 698 Erika Street in Reka Park, BOKSBURG, Johannesburg. The school identified by GDE for rehabilitation and refurbishment to all classroom blocks, including the ablution blocks as well as the admin block, which commenced on the financial year of 2015-2016 in terms of planning. The enrollment of the school is from grade R to grade 7. The project scope of work includes the refurbishment of existing 32 number of classroom admin block, 2 number of ablution blocks, including electrical and mechanical installation, as well as stormwater management, and then the combi course. In terms of procurement process, were completed and the project was handed over to the appointed contractor, which is Mrazana, JV, and the Hope Mandate the project was handed over December 2021. I think there was a slight mistake in terms of the date there, which can be corrected. The project was planned to be executed and decanting of the learners to mobile classrooms so that we can be able to work on the classes while we move the learners to the mobile classes. So the mobile classes were hired to allocate, to move the learners there. And then in terms of the progress made to date, the project is not complete, it's at 97%. I will be indicating on the project challenges that led to the project not to be completed to where we are to date. And then the main contractor had issues with SMMEs in terms of the issue of 30%, which several meetings were arranged with stakeholders to try and engage with regard to resolving the issue. And then initially when the project was handed over, as well as the community of Reka Park, they were of the view that they have qualified contractors that were supposed to be able to do the work. That was one of the problems, but however, then after they've engaged with the contractor, with the PSC, then they've agreed that the contractor will allocate work to the SMME so that they can be able to work. Hence the project moved ahead and then construction started. As principal indicated, all of us, we were excited including the school when the project started. Things started very well after those engagement with our stakeholder as well as the PSC and the SMMEs, and then the project was moving well until up to close to the end of the project, where other issues then started getting in terms of the dispute with the appointment of SMMEs, especially the issue of EBWP training. And then the works, let me just go as per the slide. Here is the project layout for Lakeside Primary School in the page that I've, yeah, this is the layout of the project. And then the next slide is also a continuation of the layout of Lakeside Primary School. In terms of project information, the project cost, including professional fees, it's 55 million. But in terms of the construction cost for the contractor, it's 40 million, of which 36 million has been spent. There is still money as the work hasn't been completed, including retention from the contractor. So what happens in terms of the scope of work, as I've indicated there, here, just to indicate where works can be done on those classrooms, but basically it was to renovate all the classrooms in terms of changing the roof sheeting. The whole roof sheeting for the school were changed, and then the floor tiles, painting, as well as ceiling, and then the external, the painting to the fencing, as well as paving to parking areas, and then also the rehabilitation of the sport field. So that's basically the scope of work, including the combi court, as well as stormwater. In terms of the project challenges, the main challenge was in terms of finishing the works, as well as the defect list, because most of the work that were done there, they were not up to standard, and then there was involvement of SMMEs, and then also the notification was sent to the contractor in terms of communicating to resolve the issue of those defective works. And then until up to like January, where we got stuck, and then the contractor cited that is having challenges in terms of managing the SMMEs, and then we have indicated that if he's got such challenges, then he needs to write to the department so that we can be able to see how we can be able to intervene. However, then the contractor didn't send in writing to us those challenges, but however, there were several meetings that took place to try and resolve the issues, and then the contractor committed that he will finish everything before the end of July, in that meeting where also the client education were there. And then the contractor didn't manage to finish the work as committed. So as the department, what we did with the PSPs, then notifications were sent to the contractor in terms of complying, in terms of finishing the works as committed. But however, out of all the notifications that the department has sent, the contractor couldn't respond. And then now we were looking at the solutions, because indeed, as we have seen on site, the works are not complete. And then this is not good for the learners, it's not good for the community, it's also not good for us. So now we have taken a road to say that the contractor, through his failures in terms of completing the project, then we recommended termination, and then get a term contractor to finish everything that is outstanding there. And then at the moment, in terms of the progress made regarding termination, the termination is sitting with legal, and then we anticipate, I will just go through to the program after showing the pictures there for what has been done. In terms of our anticipation of the termination. We anticipate that termination will be concluded on the 24th of November this year, and then the appointment of completion contractor on the 8th of December 2023, and then we anticipate project completion on the 28th of March 2024. But however, we need the support from the school as well as from other stakeholders in terms of the decision that we have initiated, because we believe that this is the best decision that can enable us to complete the project. Last week, stakeholders, they've set up a meeting to go and update the school, and in that meeting, there was a counselor as well as the SMMEs, of which we have tried to engage them in terms of the progress and what is the plan of the department with regard to completion of the project. Hence, we are saying that it's our plea that if we can be given this opportunity to be able to go back and then have this completion contractor with a term contract to finish the school so that the learners can benefit from that. But however, in that meeting, there was an indication that if we go through that route, we might not be allowed to work with that person. So, I mean, with our proposal in terms of the new person, that is the new contractor that is going to finish the work. But hence, I'm saying that it's our plea that can we be given the opportunity to rectify the problem that is there, as we believe that this is the best solution. We understand that, as they've indicated, they said they can be able to finish that project on behalf of the contractor, but the challenge, the contractor is not communicating with the department, and then if there is such arrangement, the department needs an agreement between whoever that can finish the contractor with that can finish the project with the permission from the contractor. But if the contractor is not communicating with the department, it becomes a challenge. We don't want to take a risk where that person can do work and then at the end of the day doesn't get paid. Because there are other issues in terms of the project. The contractor didn't pay some of the SMMEs, and then of which we plan that we can be able to claim from their retention as well as guarantees upon conclusion of the final account. So our plea is for us to be allowed to proceed with termination and appoint a competitive contractor that can be able to finish the works that are outstanding. So that is what is happening at Lakeside. And then if I can be allowed to move to the last project, which is Mukubeng Primary School. Mukubeng Primary School is situated at 131 Fangisa Street, Nhlapo, Katlehong, which is Gauteng. The facility caters for learners from grade R to grade 7. The school is an old school which had 27 existing classrooms and 2 media centers. 21 of those classrooms are to be converted to ICT smart classrooms under these projects, while another 4 new ICT classrooms are to be built under this contract, together with the refurbishment and the extension of the nutrition center. The contractor was appointed and site was handed over on the 6th of June 2017. The contract period was 1 month, which was anticipated to be completed on the 15th of July 2020, including with the extension of time, because as the project goes ahead, there was extension of time that were approved. Contractor and professional service provider were terminated on the 31st of January 2022, when project was at 95% completion due to poor performance. And then, of course, after those terminations, then we have to do a completion contract to finish the works that were not completed by the terminated contractor. The new service provider for professional, the professional service provider, the consultants, they were appointed on the 5th of May, 2022, to start preparing the condition assessment to enable us to also do the procurement document and then appoint the contractor. PSP prepared a condition assessment which was submitted to Gauteng Department of Education after approval from our department on the 22nd of March 2023. The report that was submitted to Education was rejected with the comments that they needed things to be corrected before to give us a go-ahead. Most of the comment, mostly it was with regard to the project value as well as the stages, because they were of the view that it is better if we can combine both stages, the condition assessment as well as the procurement documentation, so that we can save time in terms of appointment of the contractor, so that once we get that approval, then we can go straight to supply chain to source a contractor. And then the other thing, it was the issue of drawings that were not there. The drawings that were attached there, it was those ones that were prepared by the terminated PSPs. And then it was also issued to this new professional service providers for the information to enable them to plan the project for completion. But however, then they've indicated that because obviously those documents, they were in PDF, and then they had to be digitalized so that they can be able to measure and do also the production of the bill, of which needed the quotations, and then that was accepted, and then they went ahead to produce those drawings, and then the report was submitted back to the department for checking before it can go to Education. So in terms of after, obviously the same process still have to go through in terms of checking the report by all our internal professionals, and then until we got approval on the 31st of October from all our internal professionals, and the delay mostly was the issue of the drawings to be prepared using this method of digitalizing, as well as there were also the issue of scope. Obviously, when people come and take over, some they want to increase the scope and all of those things, and then we managed to resolve all those matters, and then the report was then submitted, and it's routed to Department of Education, which they might receive today or tomorrow. And then in terms of, this is the layout regarding Mokubeng Primary School. And then here it's project information, but mostly what I was presenting on the previous slides, it's already here. In terms of the project, the estimated project cost now, it is 16 million with inclusive of professional fees. But the one that was rejected, it was 19.5 million that was rejected previously by Education. And then the scope of work, remaining scope of work, it's completion of the nutrition center renovation. The nutrition center is there. It was renovated, but however, it was not completed when the project was terminated. Hence, we have to go and finish the outstanding works, as well as repairs of the roof leaks on existing classrooms, electrical works, mechanical works, HVAC system, civil works, and the completion of a snag list in the guardhouse. That is the scope of work with regards to the completion contract. Project challenges. Mostly the challenges that we anticipate, it's in terms of approval when we submit the report internally, because I understand that there's a lot of work, but however, we try to engage, to highlight, to prioritize a project that needs to be completed, because there is also the issue of safety and all those things. And then also from the client as well, if there's also delay in terms of approval of the report, and then in terms of the action, then we request at least if those reports can be quickly prioritized and looked at it, so that we can be able to move forward. And then here is the project pictures of the work that has been done, showing the work that still needs to be done. And then here is also a picture. And then in terms of the program, last week on Wednesday or Thursday, we went to school to have an engagement with the principal as well as the SGB in terms of to give them the update, as well as the progress made, as well as the timelines, and then whatever that we have presented at the school, it was our wish, based on the current state of the school, that we need to have the contractor as soon as possible. But the program that is here, it's a little bit adjusted to accommodate the issue of December, as well as contracting after the appointment of the contractor. But however, we are working towards trying to make sure that the days that are there, they can move forward based on our engagement with supply chain after getting approval from Department of Education. So the revised report that we received from PSPC, it was on the 30th of October 2023, and then sorry, I just want to make sure that I give the correct information. Yeah, no, it's correct. And in terms of, as I've indicated earlier, we anticipate that GDE can receive the report on the 8th. It's either today or tomorrow, which is the 8th. And then we anticipate to receive the approval of that procurement documentation from Education on the 30th of November 2023. And then we then anticipate to send a request to supply chain for the procurement of the contractor, which is also going to be using the panel of contractors. And then we then anticipate that the invitation for the contractors to price, it will be sent to them on the 29th of February 2024. And then the appointment of contractor, we anticipate to be appointed on the 8th of March 2024. And the site handover to be done on the 15th of March 2024. And project completion 31st October 2024. But however, these dates here can move if, as we were going to be trying to be engaging with supply chain to enable us to have the contractor as soon as possible. This is like an anticipation for the worst case scenario, but we are hopeful that we are going to be having the contractor on site as soon as possible. So this is the last project that I was presenting, which was Mokobeng Primary School. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That slap. I have a note with me from Mr. Elko Chabalala, who's representing, I don't know how to pronounce this. Agenda item 4.2, I don't know how to pronounce it, so I don't want to make mistakes again. Batch. Oh, I was scared, I didn't want to make mistakes again. Tate Chabalala, representing Batch Acres Primary, is asking me why the presentation not done for this school? I know we had a discussion before the meeting. I don't want to answer you. I want the department to answer so you understand why. Our feeling as a portfolio committee, our feeling, the department will tell you why, but as a portfolio committee, I was speaking to Chilitsi Munyai, Honorable Chilitsi Munyai, is a chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Education and Youth Development in the province. We want to have a joint portfolio committee meeting that is coming to Birch Acres and meet with the SGB and the school management. That's us, that's our view. But the department will tell you why we're not presenting on it today, because we don't want to mix and cloud issues. That is Lepe. Mike, roving Mike. Fawukes.
Thank you. No, thanks, Chair. It has got a bit of load shedding. Honorable Chairperson, if you wouldn't mind, I would ask GDE to respond to the matter better than I would do. Here, thank you very much.
Because you are leading the delegation. As to who you delegate to, it's another story. The HOD has delegated you, so you, every time we come to you, when you know who must speak. Tina, we would not know, but here on the table, we know who must speak.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon once more. Honorable Chair, BH Acres Primary School is a project implemented by the Gauteng Department of Education. The reason why it was not presented today was in line with the issue that you indicated earlier on, that it will be a matter that is looked into at the joint portfolio committee meeting between education and infrastructure development. But Chair, to give a high level report on BH Acres, like I said, it's a GDE implemented new school.
Let's do this. Babu Chabalal, can you hear? Okay, then you can continue. Because my mom will say, I can't hear.
Ngiyaxolisa member Ncube, ngizozama ukukhulumela phezulu. Babu Chabalala, i-BH Acres isikolo esiimplementwa yi-Gauteng Department of Education. I-contractor yayi ayipontwe lapha ngo-2017 kwakuma Khotamishe joint venture neMondli Frame. They were terminated. There was a legal battle that we had with them because they didn't perform. We finally terminated them in 2022. Right now, we are going through a process here, replacement contract. The issue scenario was around a matter year retention. Imali based to the payments that were made. As a department, we had made a provision. We would start imali esele. Sibambe for the non-performance, or it would have been paid when the project was completed. But because the contractor did not complete that project, it's currently at 79%. We did a scoping exercise in a cost of completion, which came just under 20 million. There's 19 point something million cost for the replacement. Currently, it's a spec to get a replacement contractor to do that work, and the estimation is that that project should be completed before the end of the financial year. Chair, that's another.
No, thank you so much. Is there any addition that is Lepe? Or fine? Wish I skokosin.
No, Chair, I'm happy with the response.
All right.
Yes.
Babu Chabalala, we are on it. Yes, that's why I'm coming to you. Can you get a mic to Babu Chabalala?
Afternoon, everyone. I'm sitting here because the school, the building is dilapidating seriously, and the school has also asbestos classes. And I wonder when. And I did hear him saying it will be completed. I don't know when. But my main worry is that at any time that school, that building can fall to the asbestos classes. Thank you.
No, it's very simple. Maureen, where are you? Emma? Oh, Emma, you and Maureen, now when we break for lunch, quickly send a letter to member Chilits Munyai, Portfolio Committee on Education. We are going to make sacrifice. Normally Mondays and Wednesdays are meant for something else. We are going to sacrifice and take next week Wednesday to come to your school. Will that work? Thank you. And also copy them, a formal communication, Kaya, to both the school and Portfolio Committee on Education. Next week, Wednesday, let's sacrifice whatever we do, both committees, let's attend to the school. I saw your hand, my brother. Is it on the same school? Yes, okay.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguZakhele Yika, ngibuya eWard 13. To add on what Bab Shabalala has said, lesa skolo lesiya sesibhidlikile. Kutshontshwe iminyango lapha, akusena minyango. And kune security lapha, so asazi ukuthi security ligadana. And kuWard 13 asina primary school. So lesa skolo masimile kanje sidile abanye abantwana bethu. And abantwana bethu ezikoleni laba pesha khona. Remember abantwana abancane makazosuka from Ward 13 ayofunda eWard 12. And bayalahleka abantwana. So besicela ukuthi as soon as possible njoba soshilo comrade chair lapho nize nizosinceda ngalesa sikole lesa, because sidinga ukuthi abantwana bahambe bayofunda eduzane nasemakhaya, because asinayo imali ukuthi siba transport bayofunda edini. So as soon as possible sicela uncedo for Ipichekas primary. Ngiyabonga.
I know the pressures are understood better by yourselves, and you feel the pain. We are trying. Remember, we also have tight schedule. Hence I'm saying, I didn't even consult with members. They can kill me after this meeting, say, hey, there's not my plans and all of that. But I'm asking them to sacrifice their next week Wednesday, so that we are able to attend to your matter as soon as next week. It might be too late, it might not be too late, we don't know. But we believe that with the tight schedule that we have, the only day that is available is next week, Wednesday. Remember, all of us belong to different portfolio committees, and our portfolio committee sits in different days. So tomorrow there's a portfolio committee that is sitting, that also expect these members to join that portfolio committee, because they must go and have a stakeholder engagement with other community members. I know the portfolio committee I sit on, that is led by Tulani Ndlovu, is in the Val tomorrow, the portfolio committee on sports. She's in the Val starting from tomorrow until probably Saturday. Member Tong, where are you this weekend? Human settlement is also sitting. So we're just trying to squeeze ourselves so that we attend to your matter. And I want to thank you for raising it in this meeting, so that you don't raise it in corners, say, I drove, I got into a taxi, and all of that. The next thing about kuluming at. So I want to thank you so much, the two of you. And Machele, Manfiga UTC, Kulmilinda Veskole, and next week the portfolio committee will be here. With that in mind, from your team in that lab, is there any other addition from the presentation that have been made? From your team, you can just signal yes or no, if there's any other addition. There is. Emma, I'm saying, can we get a mic to that lab? Oh, she's here, it's fine. Marwena back sabotage continuously. Oh.
Townships, in the rural or in the urban, we subscribe to the same standard share. I think that is important. And as well, I know that the councillor there went through very difficult times because the community ended up not believing that the school was coming. Yeah, Chair. Yeah, Chair. So we walked the whole journey with the councillor, including the city of Ekurhuleni, and we are happy with the journey that we have, the milestones that we have achieved. And
No, thank you, Ndate Slep. I saw lay sabotage, I saw it. You know, I've got sangomatic abilities. I could sangomatize, which is a problem with sabotage. A quick survey as we break for lunch. By show of hand, is there any member, any community member seated here who your child or your cousin, your nephew, any family member that is serviced by Maibuye Primary? Anyone that is serviced, thank you very much. Bab Chabalala, we've already attended to issue. Anyone from Barcelona Primary? Anyone serviced by Barcelona? Okay. Anyone serviced by Lakeside? Just show, don't ungafani nami phela esigela ngasiyeka because bebangikhomba ngaphakamisile but yes ngithi angiphakamisanga buza lo uphakamisile ngashiya kanjalo ke isikolo. Just show of hand. Lakeside, thank you. Mo Mohobeng, show of hands, thank you very much. At least our discussion will be guided by yourselves. You have seen the presentation, and I don't understand. Where's Maureen? Maureen, do you have the presentations that were made? Why don't we have the presentation? In a hard copy, they're on their way. Eh? Okay. Do we have email addresses? Can they send these things to you whilst you are busy eating? So at least you can be able to say, but this is what you are saying, it's in black and white. Can we do that? All right. Kaya, I'm sure the attendance register have got email addresses. All right, thank you. When we break for lunch, whilst you are eating, they will try and upload your email address and send those presentations. So that even after this meeting, you can still go on your own and do that. And members of the media who are still here, members of the media who are still here, members of the media who are still here, in the meantime, whilst we are on lunch, we can interview any of the community members that you would want to engage with. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served there. There's Kinelo, wave. So they see, all of you, they see you. We'll be back here by 1500. I'm sure it's 45 minutes lunch. What's happening? No, but they won't leave. They are breaking for lunch and coming back here. All right, sharp. Just give the gadget, get a lunch, come back whilst we are uploading the email address. Thank you very much.
two, 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 yeah? That's all. Two.
Let's do this. On this side, on my right-hand side. On my right-hand side. From the community members, can we get hands that will speak on Maibuye, Barcelona, Lakeside, and Mokobeng? Okay, you know, on my spare time, I'm a farmer, ne? So I like buying live animals. This is what they do when they auction certain animals. Mafuni nkunzi, you will bid. The highest bidder will be going once, going twice, gone, done. On this side, on the 4 schools, Maibuye, Barcelona, Lakeside, and Mokobeng. Number, okay, itinqale, okay, ngizoqala le ngize so. And I'm saying, go back. There's a lady at the back. Aungapi when? Yes, you. Yes, you are number 1. Next to you, the gentleman, you are number 2. Yes. And the gentleman with the cap, you are number 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. And then says Allah, oza. Yes. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So we've got 1, 2, 3. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 7 on the 4 presentations that were made. Please do indicate. My name is Nicolene Jansen. I'm speaking on the presentation 4.3, and these are my issues. Number 1. Oh, let me do this. There's 7 speakers. Do you mind if we give you time or location, or should we allow you? Should we give you time or location? Will 5 minutes be fair? 5 minutes. All right, thank you very much. I like the cooperation.
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. My name is Natasha Christophers. I would like to speak on Lakeside Primary. If we look at the factual stats, number of applications is 999. The school can only accommodate 160 learners for grade 1. My concern is the fact that this project is incomplete. How will we accommodate all these children? The stormwater that's overflowing the school is also a concern. So I would like to know from the people in charge, when will this project really be completed? Because it's prolonging the progress of our children in our community. Thank you.
Enkosi ke mhlala ngaphambili masilibulele lithubo sinikaza lona. Igama lami ngibulelani kaJolobe from Ward 33. Chair, just njena clarity. I think my neighbor here is cover me with just one thing, the time frame. But just the clarity in terms of abantu aba disabled kakhulu, because I think ikuchuthi sinema staff in terms of governance abasebenzayo ama disabled angikhange ngizwe ukuthi ke in terms of infrastructure we site labo iallocatiwe. Bengifuna just clarity ukuthi is it covered to that lekoza kula ngikhuluma nge-Lakeside. Lakeside project, because I'm nearby. Abazukulwana bami bafunda khona ngapha eRahapark. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you also to Portfolio Committee for creating this opportunity. I am Reverend Franco Clark Jeffrey Mkonto. I'm from Alra Park, Ward 88. But I would like to ask a few questions regarding the presentations that was set especially in terms of construction that was done for the schools. One of the things that was not mentioned is we were not told if the contractor has been paid in full for the project. And if so, how could such an error be conducted by a well-resourced entity? I believe the department has got all the resources in terms of inspections. So my question is, how is it that inspections were done and progress payments were done, and we're still sitting with schools that are dilapidated? If funds then have not been transferred in full to the contractor, why is it taking so much time to terminate the defaulting contractor to open it for opportunity so that these schools can operate? You've said it well, and the others that have said as well, it is now exams, so these children must now suffer because department is delaying to appoint a contractor. If the funds have been allocated, it means the funds are there. So why is it taking so long for another contractor to either urgently or immediately be appointed? They need to please answer to that so that the remaining scope of work can be done. Then also the other question is, how does this department allow a project to continue to 95% and only then realize poor workmanship? Where is the inspector? Will the inspector be held accountable? Will that inspector then be held accountable for this grave oversight? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jansen from Lakeside Primary School. As I said earlier on, this project was a blessing to our school. It came as a blessing, but it has become a curse. If I can turn back time, I would say I would refuse something like this to happen to any school. I'm a little bit concerned. The presentation looks very good. It says 97% completion at Lakeside, which is not true. Because I'm sitting with a 3-page defect list of everything that must still be done. So it can't be on 97%. And I would agree with sir, because my main concern now is, if 97% of the work has been done, but it was poor workmanship, what are we going to do with that poor quality of work that has been done? When we started off, according to my knowledge, it was a 43 million project. But I saw now it was actually 55 million. And to date, 50 million has been spent. But that doesn't look like a 50 million renovation school. Which means there are 5 million left for this 3-page defect list that must still be done. So that is my main concern. And we got a date to say 28 March 2024 it will be completed. But as I said, my concern is the poor workmanship, the 97% of work that has been done. What are we going to do about that? Will there be funds available to correct what needs to be corrected? As we speak now, we have an electricity issue at our school. There's no electricity in almost all the classrooms. It's raining, so there's stormwater running onto the soccer field, sports field, so our children won't be able to utilize those areas. I'm talking about, that school is about 45 years old. We never had issues where doors fell from the frames or stuff like that. But now we have doors falling down. We have leaks in the roof. So we are worse off than before. And that is my main concerns.
Afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. I'm Jose Malebane. I'm actually representing Mokhobeng Primary School. Excuse me. Thanks for this opportunity to actually raise our concerns and engage with the department. The challenge we're having at our school, I'm glad that everyone, before the meeting starts, they were complaining about the rain. That is raining, then they can't come out. Our school is locked inside a township. There's no any other space around it. And today was even worse because with this pouring rain, our young ones from grade R to grade 7s, they don't have any facilities. They don't have anywhere to have a decent meal. The presentation said our nutrition hall is like about done. It's non-existent. Our kids are eating from a container and they just have to find a way, anywhere, a place to sit and eat. But in this today's weather, I feel for them that they have to sit under the corridors, the shade. So those are the challenges that we have to say, this was a 12-month project, now we are on our 5th year with it. So it's really daunting to say, we then have to have another 12 months to say it might be done. And part of the biggest challenge, like I'm saying, the issue of a space. With the previous contractor, they would say they can't work during school hours, therefore they need school to end at 2, that's when they can start working. That's also a deterrent in us because the 12 months will end up being 18 months, will end up being 24 months. And before you know it, there won't be any end in sight for this project. So I really request that we put emphasis where our child's future is more concerned. That even if the gentleman was saying, those who probably could have been found to have made these projects to take so long, to be held accountable, because we are playing with our kids' future here. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lum Kapoki, Ward Councillor from Ward 51. I also speak in Mokobeng Primary School. The latter speaker has covered me mostly, but now my concern is that the time frames in terms of us meeting a contractor keeps on moving, and I'm afraid by the time we meet a contractor, the school would have been finished because there's areas where it's leaking, and as it continues to leak, Mosha electrical infrastructure there and Mosha ogunye. So I think if it's possible that we act early than late. So Minanje, it's just a concern to say if we're going to wait till next year, we might find ourselves having to start to rebuild the school again. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also representing Mokobeng Primary School. I don't know where to start. I feel I must sit down because the latter speakers said all that I wanted to say. I'm surprised to hear that Lakeside have the same problems that we have, and we are using different contractors here. So I am wondering what is actually happening in the DID. Why are they actually appointing contractors who are giving us shoddy work? And if you look at the presentation there, there's millions and millions of rents that are spent. Our school is also 60 years, and it was better off before this project. Believe you me, everything was pulled down. We had our own Wi-Fi, we had our own CCTV, everything is pulled down. The roofs are leaking, the, what do you call them? The gutters are hanging loose, it's a mess. It's a mess. So what Lakeside said, we are in the same position. And a lot of money is spent. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the 7 speakers. Mike. Underneath or something. Okay. I was saying thank you so much to the 7 speakers that have spoken. You see, the advantage is that you speak after presentations were made. So you are able to see the difference between what you know and what the department is saying. The gentleman argues that the presentation says the hall where children are being fed is complete. That's the presentation. And you're saying there's no such. There's not even a hall there where we could be using to feed the children. Now the question that we ask is that, which one are they referring to? And which one is not there? So it helps to have this engagement with yourselves because you are far better informed than we are. Because Tina, what we do, we will rely on the presentation made by the department and engage from the presentation. You are engaging from a point of knowledge. You know better than we do. Some of the questions you raise are extremely important. Important in the sense that it makes no sense, none whatsoever, that this hall could be built just when you're about to roof it. We then realize there's a problem. And the problem that says to us, in order for us to continue the project, we must start the hall from scratch. Who's going to pay for that? Isn't it that everything that we do is supposed to have a timeline? When we're going to build this hall, what type of foundation does it need? And how long is it going to take for us to have a proper foundation that will be able to carry this hall? And for us to do that foundation, how long is it going to take? And how much are we going to spend just on the foundation? Get over and done with the foundation and move to the next phase. That will be building the construction itself. How long are we going to build until we get to the roofing part? How much is it going to be paid? So that when we get to the roofing, these two have been done, they have been paid off and all of that. Why can't we do that? So these are the issues that you are raising to say, who's going to be responsible at the end of the day? After everything has been said and done, someone says, if we waste time, by the time we get there, there'll be no school. Then what? Another 60, 70 million must be budgeted for to come and do the same thing that we did previously. And our view as a committee, and the department will tell you, at least that this lab is forever with us when you have meetings. We ask the department, go and check what is it that the private sector is doing that we, a government, are not doing. Why is it possible that the private sector can come and build a private school and within 6 months that school is operational with far less budget than we are? You say Lakeside, your budget that you know was 43 million. The presentation says 55 million. So far, 50 has been used, and we've got a 3-page of defects. That probably could cost more than 5 million that is remaining. Then what? You took us to the lab, we saw the lab, the department was there. And I said, fortunately for me, I never went to a high school where there was a lab. I didn't go, so I have no idea what a lab should be like in a school. But that one is not a lab. That one on I don't know. Even though I have no idea, but that one on a Kangala, it can't be a lab. You are saying your school is 60 years old, but it was better before the project came. That seeks to suggest that it is worse. Maybe worse is understatement. And if we were to come and see the condition that the school is in, we will feel your frustrations, we will feel your pain. And I feel for you, Ward Council, because the unfortunate part is that you are the first cold of service delivery. So any question that arises, if you don't respond, it means utlanabo. Now, your family member says you walk down the street to that's why the contractor can't come to us as a community and we have a meeting with them. And at that time, actually, shame. Now you are frustrated as the community, but you can't go to the community and throw your hands in the air. You must say certain things that seeks to comfort them. And as you do that, you are seen as if you are part and parcel of the whole gang. It's unfortunate. I didn't want members to speak, but I think there are a few things that have been raised that will necessitate them to say one or two if they want to speak. Member Tong.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing.
Okay. Member Tong says she's disappointed. She doesn't even know what to say. Member Mukheti.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. On my buoy, that is lab. Okay. Oh. Okay, when we were on site, we were concerned that the project might delay. We did not agree with the project manager on the timelines. And then when the chair was busy with the media, we took him on site, and then he actually was also concerned about the approval of the floor plan in the classrooms. Because we have noted the progress that was done in the school there. And then the deadline of January completion, we had issues as well. So I then requested that they select just to get information from the PSP so that at least when we leave here, we must be certain that by when will that be done if it is not already done, so that they can be able to move and finalize the flooring. And then on the presentation, on the financial report, there's a 30 million that was flighted, and when we were on site, we were told about plus minus 60 million. I don't know what is the discrepancy there. And then on the expenditure to date, it said 0. I don't know, maybe it's because the contractor resumed site around October or so. Maybe if you can get clarity there. And the engagement, I know when we were at the lakeside, there were some officials that we had a discussion with. They said the reason why they delayed was because of the business forum. And then I just wanted to check if that would not tamper with the date of completion that they select, or that issue is resolved, we'll no longer have anyone coming to disturb the construction. Because if at least where we're sitting, we can at least have that school completed, because I think you know, all of you, our term is coming to an end, and if you can just maybe have that. And then on the Mokobeng primary school, according to the presentation, it's sitting at 95%. And then I want to check, Hore, when you say the 5% you are going to advertise by the 4th of December, what happened to the panel that you, like in the previous presentations where you said you have a panel and it will maybe like make your appointment of service providers very quick? Because if the school is at 95% and then we were only going to advertise now for the 5%, and we are going to take another 4 years to complete. For me, it doesn't make sense. And we appreciate that in the previous presentation, we're actually excited, Hori, you have a panel now. You'll no longer take days and months to advertise and appoint a service provider. There was something that I noted on supply chain, but it looks like okay. On Barcelona, one of the challenges that you mentioned was that documents were sent to supply chain and not approved because of issues of land. I'm worried that if we don't resolve that issue of land, maybe like the chair was saying, by the time the school reaches the roof site, then we only then have to deal with the issues of the land. Thank you very much. I think that would be, I didn't want to say anything, but I felt that, you know what, let me just, because I already noted those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mokgethi. Member Mncube.
Ngiyabonga Mhlonishwa. Last week, Honorable Mokgethi said she doesn't have anything to say because the reports have one pattern 2015 or 14 or 2017, but up to today, all those projects of schools are not yet completed. It's one pattern. So remember, I was even saying, you just choose, you time us that, oh, the administration is ending, so we'll drag it. See, now you're telling us about next year. Next year is elections. I will keep on repeating it because it's one pattern. Whether it's the education project or it's a GDID project, it's the same pattern and same operations. So, the Maibuya one, you terminated it in 2022 or intention by April, and then in August, 2022, you then, but now it's a year spent already without, and then in 20 September, we're going to do APCT. People have no patience any longer. People on the ground blame us as public representatives and not you. All these projects, all these schools, it's 2014, if not 2015, 2016. But up to now, there's a problem. And there are millions and millions that have gone. Today, your reports are very, they're scanty today. Last week, you were open in terms of each and every project or contractor. This is what happened. But now, at least you are now telling us the names of these contractors. Because others, they do this thing, then they go. So, what makes you to take the whole year to deal with advertisement or communication, community engagement? It takes a year. And when learners are in the containers, the Tubedihle one, Maureen was telling us that she went there last week. Grade 12 started to write. They're writing under the tree. Under the tree. In Soweto. When we were growing up, we used to say when Soweto sneezes, the whole country catches the flu. So the community that stays here, not here, where Lakeside is, they will say, no, we're stepchildren of government. It's not you alone. Tubedihle is in Soweto. Learners, I don't know today what is happening because it's raining. Where are those learners at Tubedihle? So then the problem is that now we are telling us 2024. All of a sudden, there is magic that is going to happen from now till March next year. Magic. That you failed, the department failed to fix all these things within the year or 5 years or 6 years or even 7 years. But from now, we're going to see magic till next year. So there's a problem. So as you have shortened your report, we want openness from your side. Lakeside, maybe not in this meeting, in another meeting where we have a meeting with ourselves. You need to tell us. You need to tell us who have been involved, what has happened, or else we'll say it is yourselves if you're not telling the truth. Last week I said the same thing, that Kulumani, tell us where lies the problem. And if we keep on blaming that company who is free. They're spending all those multi-millions. They're gone. And they leave people in the worst situation. The story of Lakeside, you found the school better. We used to experience that. I used to serve in education. Maybe it's the same school, I don't know. There's another school where the principal took us into a hall like this. And then they show you see how this ceiling is so beautiful. Yeah. But now you see that this has been ripped off from that side up to there. And there was no need of the department ripping off that ceiling because it's beautiful. Then they'll show you the doors. The thing that you kahlela kaiwani, it's ipugile. They took out the hard doors, and they put the Hong Kong. It was in this community of Reichelbach. Non-payment of the SMMEs. They will also blame government. The Toitoi, the whole MECs hostage, because they think maybe it's politicians. The main contractor is gone. Happy. Maybe they're in Dubai. So, what is really happening? What is happening? As they are here, others, they want to beat us because they think, siyayidla imali. Or we sleep in meetings, we don't raise right questions. Chairperson, niyashaya nifuthi. Inganekwane, which you are telling us, niyashaya. You know, by March next year we'll be on recess, and we'll be on recess, and then we'll go for elections. They're gone. We're gonna be new members of this committee, sabashashai. Then come 2027 or whatever, then you say no, next administration. Thank you, Chairperson, but this is not fair. That is why the HOT, we need her. She said things are gonna be turning around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Mngube. It's like we have kokosini. The whole agrees with you. Member Magagula.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think some of my contribution has been covered by some of the leaders from the floor. But Chair, just to say, I think on the Maibuya, I think this morning we've seen there's a progress, or there's in taking place, but it was just unfortunate that we went on the day of the weather being raining, on the rainy weather, and we wouldn't maybe observe enough. Remember the time we went to Maibuye, it was not raining the first time. That's when we have observed that, but it was like it's raining. So that's why I'm saying that it was just unfortunate that we have observed that there's a progress, but we don't know whether ngempela, there's a difference from what we have seen before. In terms of the sewer pipes which were leaking, or we're making the soil to be whatever it was. Okay, in terms of maybe before the handover, because we're told that it will be finalized by January next 2024, maybe before the handover, I wish we can predict the weather, CM, when it's not raining. And secondly, I just want to check, Chairperson, remember there was an issue with the municipality at Maibuye in terms of providing the certificate of occupation, whether the municipality is on board as we are proceeding with the job at Maibuye. And lastly, Chairperson, I think Mina will maybe we need to have or to check or to be provided with the project manager's role or references so that we can check are they doing what it's intended to do or not. Because in my understanding is that if our project managers are always on site and doing their job, if we go to the site, we wouldn't have experienced all these challenges which we have seen. They would be the first to report even before the contractor chow the money and leave the site. So I think if we can have those terms of reference of the project managers, and maybe we can review them and so that they can be made accountable accordingly. And if and in those contracts, it should be a clause which is said that if the portfolio committee comes and find out a gap, what is supposed to be done before imalening imosheka. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Magagula. Kaya, have you sent the email to the Portfolio Committee on Education? You have? Okay. My brother, I forgot your name. Yes. Zakhele, the email has been sent to Portfolio Committee on Education for a joint committee meeting at your school, right? So you're fine, all right. See, we keep our promises. It's a very difficult thing to do. To make a promise, it's very difficult because if you make it, you must keep it. And if you don't keep it, you lose respect. So we're trying our level best to keep our promises. And that is Slep and your team. You have noted concerns, comments, and questions from both our stakeholders and the committee members. A point of before. Is it a point of before? You want to make an addition. So when we call you, and if we get khulume la uzobhoda ne? Okay. Mfakela umoya. Abashili bathi bane Wi-Fi nithathile. Ngiyabona manje. Yeah.
Thank you. Chairperson, I know of a couple of schools, especially in my community, where the current governing body would apply for funds, and within 3 months they will build classes, fully functional. So what would be the possibility to say, unlike going through the paces again with the current arrangements, would there be any possibility to say, can the funds be allocated to the school and let the school undertake those finishing of projects? Because as a parent, I wouldn't do some shady work and then run away, yet my kids will then be there and suffer. So what are the possibilities to say, the GID or education allocate funds to say, here are the funds for the completion of this project, and obviously working hand in hand with them to say we will be accountable to make sure that those projects come to an end.
No, point taken. I think what you are raising was also raised to us when we went to Tubelihle was it in Mufulo or White City? The school governing body was saying there's a building that you saw when you were here. We built that building as a school, and it didn't take us more than 6 months. And we spent the budget that was allocated to us, and the building is quality, was finished on time and within budget. And that's what we want at the end of the day. If you are given 200 million, use 200 million within 6 months and build a quality project and go home, no problem. So it's a discussion that is on the table now. A department supposed to come and say, yes, that is possible, we can do it. And therefore, let's see who can we enter into engagement with. I'm not sure if are we ready, Kaya, to hear Member Fuchs? Are we ready? Okay, Member Fuchs, can you hear us? Is he audible?
Chair, I don't know if you can hear me. Then I can't hear you. No, not working.
Kaya, just right there so that he can talk. Tell him to talk. Member Fuchs,
Yes, sir.
can you hear us?
I hear you well.
Wonderful. The hall is waiting and waiting to hear you.
And you hear me, Chair.
No, don't worry about me. The hall wants to hear you.
All right, Chair. So we recently had a meeting with schools, the last meeting we had, and I said in that meeting that what I saw was absolute chaos. The schools are not informed, they don't know what's going on, and Mr. Salete then undertook to go and inform them as to what was happening. I wasn't able to make the site visits this morning, but listening to the input at this meeting, Chair, once again I have to say that what I'm seeing is absolute chaos. And what the last speaker said was indeed telling. Why? Because what that gentleman was saying is that he has no confidence in the Department of Infrastructure Development to finish the school. So with that in mind, Chair, the question I have for Mr. Selepe is, does he honestly believe that he and the department are doing a good job in terms of building educational infrastructure? Because from where I'm sitting, Chair, he's failing, the department is failing, and is letting down the residents of Gauteng. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Fuchs. The hall agrees with you. I don't know on what. Whether they agree that you are sitting down where you are, or the statement you made about the failure. Oh, yeah. With that in mind, that is left, in our last meeting, I made a request to you and your team that can we treat this project as if our offspring, our direct beneficiaries of these things. Can we treat this project as if our brothers and sisters are the ones that are going to use these facilities? Because the truth of the matter is that here on this table, seated here, on the 5 schools that have been listed, none of our children benefit from them. Of the team that you are leading, none of your team members has a child that is benefiting from these schools. And it's as if we don't care, because they are not affecting us directly or indirectly. Unfortunately for a councillor, she's affected directly and indirectly. Unfortunately for us on this table who rely on people that go and vote for us to sit here, we get affected. On the basis that we appoint contractors that are unable to do what they're supposed to do. Can we honestly, as department, and you know, this thing we must have a debate on it. You know, the MEC is not supposed to be involved with the supply chain story. Ne? The moment he does that, the media and everyone else are going to make a story that he or she is meddling because he wants his friends and that and that. But what must the MEC do when projects continue to fail under his watch? Must he continue holding his arms and say, the supply chains must not get involved? Right? When they don't get involved, who in the department appoints these contractors? Why is it that, you know, in the last meeting, Member Mukherjee showed me something that I was not aware of. That the pattern is that the contractor is appointed, 200 million is budgeted, when abandon the site, when there's about 20 million left, they go. And there is no plan to recoup the money. What we do, we go back, we budget again, and we appoint someone else. Now, we as a community of Gauteng, we must have a debate on this as to what mechanism can we put in place. What is it that, and I will always refer to the private sector. I want to believe we'll never do this thing in the private sector. That's my general belief. I might be wrong, I might be wrong, but I believe that what we do in the private sector. Why is it that when government is involved, people don't finish what they say they're going to do? Why is it so easy for our brothers and sisters to take us for a ride? Because these contractors, we know them. They are our brothers and sisters. They get given an opportunity to come and better our lives, but they better their personal lives. What type of a business person are you when you are given a contract of 200 million? You go home with a profit of 270 million. What businessman are you? Why is it that you must spend 30 million of a 200 million instead of spending 170 million of a 200 million? What type of a businessman are you that when you work in a particular community, you frustrate the local people there that's supposed to serve and all of that? You pay them as and when you want, sometimes you don't even pay them. When you do, you pay them in house. But when you are driving around the street with Range Rovers and Mercedes Benz and all of that, what type of businessman are you? No, so these are the debates, these are the issues that we must enter into. As politicians, it's easy, we can sit in the legislature and fight amongst ourselves. But the beneficiaries are you, the community members. So you must lead us in these discussions. In the next presentation, when we come, I don't know whether we'll be in BOKSBURG or in another region, but I'm told that these things are live on Facebook page and ton. So we don't have to be here for you to participate. We want the department to present here. They must fly that company X has the following project in government. And of this 10 projects, only one has been completed. 9 has not been completed. So they tell us, why do you continue giving this particular company all these projects? If they are unable to complete projects, why do you keep giving them projects? And I know, as we speak these things, some of you, because Sangeti were related one way or the other, you are going to tell them, they were talking too much, but don't worry, they won't do anything. Yes, for now we won't do anything, but there will be a time where we do something. And one of those things that we'll do, we'll make sure that there's a criminal case against you. And there's evidence. There's evidence. There's clear evidence. The principal has said it here. He has a 3-pager of defects. That's evidence. I said to you, I've never been to a school that has a classroom with a lab, or the school that has a lab somewhere, laboratory, or lab, where you mix. You know. I've never been to any of those. But I can tell you, I'm willing to put this big head of mine on the block, that what I saw in Lakeside is not a lab. That I can tell you for free. Now, let's have that debate. As we receive responses from the department on the issues that we have raised, I want to tell you something that you are not prepared to hear. We are currently doing infrastructure projects that has to do with education. We are moving to health. When we are done here, we are going to health. Yo, Nkosi yami, we are going to health. Things that you are going to hear there. That is left.
Two.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Chair, I'm going to allow my colleagues to respond to some aspects of the projects that have been asked about. And then when they're done, I'll do additions on those things.
Thanks, DDG. Thanks, Chair. In terms of the responses, I will start with Lakeside. The issue of the budget that I've indicated there in terms of the project cost, the 55 million was including the professional fees, which is for the architect, the project managers, and then civil and structural engineers, which is a consultant. But the project value that the contractor was awarded for is 40 million. And then in terms of that, what has been paid is for the work done, including the rotation that was held in case where the contractor needs to rectify the defect. And then what has been spent to date regarding the construction is 36 million. And then meaning that there is no payment in full. And then the issue of a business forum, that I can include it with the SMMEs that were participating in the project in terms of local people. Of course, there were issues, and then the stakeholder tried to get involved to resolve those issues. Some of it were resolved, but there are still outstanding issues. Hence, I've indicated on the presentation that we believe that for us to finish the project, the possible solution is to terminate and then appoint a contractor that is competent, that is going to finish the work. Because at the moment, the contractor is not responsive, even though it was indicated to us from the SMMEs that they have engaged with him in terms of finishing the work. But however, we are worried in terms of that engagement, because there is no agreement that is coming from the contractor. Hence, we are feeling that it is not going to be one of the solutions that will help us to come out of this problem. And then for Mokobeng, the issue of the nutrition hall, I've indicated that it's one of the scope is not complete, where I've indicated that we need to do the HVAC, the electrical work, and all those things so that it can be complete, as well as the ceiling and the flooring. It's not complete. And then the issue of the panel, where I was presenting the first project, there is panel for grade 1 up to 5. There is a panel from grade 6 to 7. There is a panel from grade 8 to 9. So in terms of how supply chain works, those panels, they are different in terms of the magnitude of the project, depending on how much is the project. For in case if the project is less than 5 million, when we send a request, then it goes with the estimate, then the department appoints the contractor based on that. But in terms of grade 6 to 7, 8 to 9, when we send that request, then the SCM use the price at that stage. They invite them, they have to price, and then they adjudicate them based on that. So in this case for Mokgobeng, the project now it's estimated at above 10 million, meaning that they have to send those invitation to the contractors to price, and then they do evaluation. But however, the time frames that we have indicated there, we are going to work on them to reduce them. Especially myself, I'm going to push by all means. It was just that we were allowing other factors that when I'm pushing, they can be eliminated to reduce that time frame to be lower. And then Barcelona, the issue of the land, I've indicated that it was always being the issue where there was also a lease that was given to the department in terms of moving forward to construct the school. But however, that was not helpful. But I've indicated when I was presenting there that we got a full document in terms of the letter that we can be able to share. That shows that City of Ekurhuleni, they gave us permission to build, meaning that we don't have a reason why the school cannot be constructed. Hence, we go ahead and then went to supply chain to request the sourcing of the contract. Thanks. Thanks. My colleague was reminding me about the issue of the disability. The project was obviously for renovations, and then in terms of what was allowed there were ramps in the hall, but in terms of how the structure is done in terms of the classes, as a result of budget, I think it was going to be a challenge in terms of doing the ramps that will lead to those classes. But in terms of the ones that are on the lower ground level, they are covered. Thanks.
Greetings once more to the Chair and honorable members and the members of the community. I think my issues will deal with Maibu, yeah? I'll introduce myself again. I think my name is Tando Mamba from the Department of Infrastructure Development. I'm the project manager. Thank you. Regarding on the main scope of works, which is inside the classroom, that will deal with the flooring. I think that what you saw today when we were on site, just us as a professional team, including the PSPs. So we're quite comfortable that we are moving ahead in terms of delivering Maibu. And I mean, also on our side, we have now weekly meetings where we are dealing with issues when it comes to lead items and checking the quality on site. So that's the issue that we've been put to make sure that we are really moving with the delivery of the Maibu primary school. The issue of the budget for the project, but then below that you would then have what the actual budget is for the contractor that has been appointed. And I think for the DID contractor, it is 2.8 million, that is confirmed a price budget. For the GDE contractor, which I think GD will speak on it, it is the 60 million I think that you got on site today. So there's a 60 million, which is GDE, and there's about 2.8, which is DID for the external works. Zero expenditure, I think you touched on it. It was already touched on it. It's explained that we just started on site just on the 29th of October because of the delays that I explained. I think the rest of the other stuff, DDJ will deal with them in terms of maybe why we were delayed into getting to site. We take so long, the 2014, 2015 pattern. I'll leave that to the DDJ. I think that's all on my boy that I needed to deal with. DDJ, over to you.
Good afternoon, honorable members, good afternoon to the community. My name is Kensani Baloi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for education infrastructure. Chair, through you, there was a question that was asked around the process for applying for self-build funded schools. The response is that yes, there is a process for that. You mentioned that there were about 900 applications on the online system for Lakeside, but there's places for about 150 or so. There is a process in place. The IDSO should be able to help. There are two main criteria that are used for this. One of them is that the school should have had audited financial statements for the last 2 financial years, and those should have been with opinions that are not qualified or adverse findings. There should be enough space in the school to deal with those classrooms. But then the other issue is that those classrooms should not necessarily tamper with other facilities, as in sports facilities and so forth in the school. So those are the main 2 criteria. But through the IDSO, the application is made through the district. It comes to public ordinary schools at head office. And there is a set amount that is used for these classrooms, because these classrooms have got to be delivered as 10 key classrooms, including furniture. But there are guidelines on our website as well to deal with that issue. Chair, on the issue of MyBuya, the contractor is at 14% in terms of the scope of the internal works for GDE. The main issue that they've worked on was on the rehabilitative work of the floors. Chair, there's been some vandalism at the school. The other main issue was the ripping of the electrical components, or the reticulation of the copper cables. So that's the main work that is going on at the moment. They started with the admin block in terms of the reticulation. Then they went to the foundation phase and intermediate phase blocks of the school, where they are then removing the vinyl flooring that would have been damaged. They are replacing the actual screed on each of those classrooms. And then they're also then going to reapply that vinyl flooring throughout. So in terms of the program, there are 2 phases to this. The current existing schools has got about 1,800 or so learners that have got to be then occupied in the new facility. We plan to occupy the facility on the 14th of January. There will be some outstanding works here in relation to the hall and the sports facility that have got to be completed. Those will be part of the second phase. Chair, we also need to qualify that there is a submission that was brought to the department by the contractor, where there is an accelerated program that has been proposed that says that there would be a plan to conclude this project by the 22nd of December. Chair, it's got financial implications, which basically means that the project will cost more than what it has been budgeted for. Chair, that is still under consideration with the accounting officer, but there is a chance that it may not be fully approved because those costs will be far excessive than what was budgeted for. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. I just want to touch the first question that I want to touch. I think it was from Natasha for Lakeside. She touched on issues about the real completion of the schools, the real completion time, and issues of stormwater. Whilst members of the committee, you said today was not a good day because of the weather. On the other side, it gave us opportunities that do not come every day. Because just visiting that school today, you realize that that area has got a storm water management challenge, which is not limited to the school. The surrounding areas, just with the little rain that we had, you could see that even on the roads was close to flooding. So I'm just highlighting it that far and above the work that we'll be doing in the school, there's a broader challenge in the community, which I believe the municipality can do something about. And as well as some of the issues that when we were working on the site at Maibuye, as well, it offered opportunity to just observe certain patterns that when I observed at this stage, it offers opportunity for further direction, far and above what would have been accommodated in the designs and the observations that would be made by professionals. Well, I think on issues, one critical matter that maybe I just need to highlight is in the projects we hold back some money in the name of retention, and in the event that the contractor does not do things right, when we terminate, we'll hold back that money so that it will be part of the money that will be used for correction. And of course, as well, in the contract, we do make provisions for penalties that apply when contractors are running late. Those are some of the measures that we have. But I think it's important that, as well, we share that as much as there are checks and balances, there are systems that are used for appointment of contractors, with the experience that we have, with the issues that we are referring to in this meeting, it is evident that the systems are not foolproof. There's a need for enhancement. And we have talked to, in the previous meeting, some of the enhancements that the department is putting in place. And they are intended to address the issues of quality of contractors, capacity, and then as well address the issues of the turnaround times when deploying replacement contractors, which is a matter that Chawala talked to, that we've put in place. The department has put in place panels. You'd remember that the department, in terms of the applicable regulations, the normal tender processes that we must follow, and given the numbers that we deal with generally, they end up impacting us in terms of the turnaround times. There are certain brackets of tenders in terms of the amounts. When you advertise, you will get tenders, bids of between 100 and 1,000 in terms of numbers. Just to evaluate those alone for one project, it will take a lot of time. Now, these systems that have been put in place have helped us in terms of doing the pre-qualification. And when you go to bidding, you'll only deal with issues of price instead of dealing with all functionality requirements. So that is how that will assist in terms of those particular processes. And then I think the questions of Lakeside in terms of cost, Richard has adequately addressed that. But as well, there are issues of electricity that were raised. And I think given some of the issues which were not necessarily part of the original scope in terms of some of the upgrades that were done in the school, it will be necessary that some of the factors be looked into in terms of how can the scope be enhanced to ensure that, especially on the electrical part, it becomes sustainable. Because if upgrades of infrastructure in terms of additions are done without upgrading the capacity of the systems, yes, long term, they attract those kind of challenges. I think that is it Malebani or Malebana, raised a concern about the issue of the number of years or the timelines. We take this project seriously. We take the interventions that we are making seriously. And as well, we are taking the concerns that are raised from the floor seriously. And we believe the timelines that we've put and the program that we're working around will help us realize completion of those particular projects. And that the Malebane will ensure that those completions are realized, and with the interventions around the quality of contractors and their capacity, I think that will go a long way in helping us realize those timelines. There was a statement that there seemed to be a pattern around the number of challenges, with the nature of the challenges with the contractors. Yes, it is true, there's a pattern, because you will have contractors who have cash flow problems, and it's not one contractor. You will have contractors impacted by community stakeholders, some imposing subcontractors who do not necessarily have capacity, which are matters that continuously we're dealing with. Some refer to them as, there's a popular term that is now used about builders forums and so on that disrupt projects. And those things, unfortunately, in some instances, if you impose subcontractors or make the contractor subcontract along the lines that they did not plan, it impacts how they purchase materials, it impacts their cash flow, and so on. So those things ultimately have those challenges. The reality is, all these factors, they impact our projects. There's a matter that I think is Honorable Ncube said, would want further details around. The reality is, some projects in certain areas or in certain communities, they end up becoming undesirable environments because of sometimes some of the stakeholders that find their way into the projects. Some, they might take the character of criminal elements. Some threaten other role players in the projects. Some threaten officials. Officials won't operate freely when they deal with such projects, to an extent that people end up even being scared. You find that people are scared to talk, because if you go to, let's say, for instance, a meeting like this, you go and say, so-and-so threatened me this way and that way. Nobody is going to give you a bodyguard. You are not guaranteed that you'll be safe. And with the history that is known, that sometimes certain threats, they become a reality, people get very much worried. And it doesn't create a right environment for project management, because when you have the rules that all stakeholders must abide by, but you find that there are people who come with their own rules that are outside all the rules, it creates a very unproductive and unmanageable situation. We do have instances where, in some areas where we had, with some project managers threatened, we had to send them to SAPS, and some were not comfortable to go back to the projects. So it's not just an easy situation that can just go to any forum and do a full disclosure, because the issues of safety are very serious. But as well, equally, we appreciate that the issues of delivery are equally important. So we must find a balance. And then, of course, platforms like this are very important, not only for answering questions, Chair, but for lobbying and rallying communities that we must not allow certain things in our communities. Yes, we must not allow poor quality, we must not allow shoddy work, we must not allow wrong things, as well we must not allow disruption of projects, because this is a cocktail of wrong things that must not be allowed. And I believe the stakeholders that are here as well, they share the same view. And when we say we must terminate contractors, we don't hate them. We don't know these people. We go on open processes. Whoever is the best bidder, they win. But when you win, you sign a contract, you play by those rules. Now, when you don't play by the rules, we say we terminate. You see, other members of the community say, no, you must not terminate. But you hear the school management, you say, no, we want this thing complete. You can't achieve this thing by doing all these things. There's one right thing that must be done, but it requires the support of all the stakeholders. There's this thing that I think, Member Ncube, you spoke to this, that we take time. We acknowledge, we have noted that sometimes when we, in quite a frequent basis, when we terminated contractors to replace it took us a bit of time. Hence, we came up with interventions. There are some projects that we terminated, was it somewhere last month? Already we are in the process of getting a contract. If you compare that with the other projects that we did sometime in the past, you find that the process were a bit long. So that shows that there are some lessons learned and there are some improvements, but as well the process of the panels that we are having, we believe it will help us shorten those processes more, and it will work to the advantage of the beneficiaries. There's the issue of the SMME's non-payment. The other time when we presented on Rastafal, I remember Honorable Chair as well mentioned similar effects at Kopanong, where one of the SMMEs even ended up passing away because of the pressures associated with the challenges emanating from not being paid. I can't say we've found a solution to that, but it's a matter that the department is looking into. The department has observed that in terms of the legal guidance that we got, we do not as yet have a solution because the department cannot just come in and take over those. But the department chair is still looking into that matter, trying to find a lasting solution. And then as well, some of the issues, yes, the reality is when people have cash flow limitations, sometimes do not disclose. And I'll give an example of a contractor in one of the projects. He has a subcontractor who does work to the tune of 1.2 million. Now, when you do work in the project, you don't get paid in installments. You do work for 1.2 million, you get your 1.2 million. But that main contractor, what he does is that he will say to the subcontractor, I can only pay you 100,000 a month on installments. Now, you can see that will cause problems because it means that subcontractor won't be able to do any other work elsewhere, must wait until he's fully paid, or he will be out of business. So those are some of the challenges that we are noting, and as part of the solutions approach that we want to deploy, we will look into all those experiences as well. I don't think these interventions, as we do them, is not all about next year, but is about the fact that these things are due, some of them are overdue. And anything that is overdue, it must just be done as soon as possible. So maybe those timelines are our as soon as possible timelines. I just want to highlight, Member Magagula, that the sewer line there at Maiwi is not yet installed. They are still going to do a lot of digging. There are some exercises that they've undertaken. The contractor is on site. They will be starting with the trenching to put the sewer line. So, and of course, when all is done, the committee is a key stakeholder. I believe everybody would want to celebrate the completion of the realization of the completion of that with the stakeholders. As part of the interventions that we are doing on fast tracking of incomplete projects, among key issues that the department is doing with all the stakeholders, all the sister departments, including the Office of the Premier, there are issues that have been identified, Chair. There are issues that require municipal unblocking, and there is a Department of COGTA is assisting us in that regard. And as well, there are administrative side of issues like approvals, including ensuring that there's full compliance to meet the requirement for obtaining occupancy certificates. So all those factors are some of the key issues that we look into as part of those exercises. And even for my way, they are applicable. But I think it's further important to just note that all the paperwork has been approved. So when work is done, it makes it very easy to just ensure that they come and do the inspections so that approvals can be realized. Just want to ensure that we don't leave anything out. Okay, the fine above the work that obviously we are doing with this, the stakeholders in the department. There are other stakeholders that are the likes of the Council for Built Environment, are key stakeholders, because issues of performance are not only limited to contractors. There are instances where we have PSPs that are not doing well, and we are following up on those issues. And there are those that are worthy of being reported for professional misconduct, and there are those that we are having cases that we are pursuing, legal matters that we are pursuing with some of the service providers who are professionals and so on, because we believe certain things must they must be held accountable for those. We acknowledge that, Honorable Chair, there are things that did not go well. There are areas where we did not go well, and that is why we are committing on making changes so that where we are not doing well, we must improve. Because if we believed things were right, I believe that we wouldn't want to change much. But for the fact that we notice that there are areas where there are challenges, we are effecting improvement measures. And the other issue I just want to highlight, Chair, that even after the engagements that we had, further follow-up meetings were held with all those other stakeholders, including Lakeside. The project managers were there, and we are continuing to ensure that all these stakeholders, we continuously engage with them to ensure that, one, they are updated, they know what is happening, so that even if there's dissatisfaction, but people must be knowing where things are, and they must be knowing the truth. If you are dissatisfied but in the dark, it just makes it a dangerous cocktail, which complicates a lot of things. Honorable Chair, I hope I haven't left out any question. If I have missed anything, Chair, true. It was nothing intentional. I can be reminded, I can address it. Yes, Chair, we made a commitment, Chair. You raised the issue of private sector. We committed in the past engagements that we are prepared to benchmark. There's no you can improve without doing comparison. And there are a number of institutions that are doing things differently, and we believe we are open to those learnings so that we can improve. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you so much, Ntate Slepe. See, let me do this before I go any further. Let me take these 2, 3 hands that I see there, and then we move to the next agenda item. Number 1 with the scarf, number 2 in the maroon jersey, and you'll be the last speaker. You are excused, Principal. Don't worry, you are excused, yeah.
Nginesicelo nginengcebiso okwesibili singabahlali bala eGauteng leyo nto leyo isicelo sami nginasi okanye isicelo somphakathi wonke wala eGauteng ukuthi sinithume as a portfolio committee ne nisilayelele kwabangaphezulu ukuthi singomabhizinisi abancane abasakhasayo sicela ke ni train thina then ni train thina ngoba labantu ekudala bedla ezimali benikezwe amathenda angeke bayeke bayazi ukuthi uba uthole ithenda kusisi uzoxoshwa then aphinde futhi ayothola elinye ithenda uyaqhubeka thina soma business abasakhulayo asitholi next and izingane zethu manje ezifunda kulezi sikolo zingane zethu okanye yithi omama bethu nobaba bethu abangena kulezi zibhedlela ezihleli zizibanjwe inkunzi ngoba ukubamba inkunzi lokho this is a daylight robbery eyenzeka each and every year akhonya ke kuthiwa ungqono ngawo hayi lo ubhedela so siyacela kuni department ukuthi kenithatheni abasomabhizinisi bancane basafikayo kwi-industry basalambele ukusebenza nibafundise indlela yokwenza izinto then nizokwazi hold accountable for izinto zabo nizokwazi futhi nokubona ukuthi bayacomplya na uba unokusiyavela nekhampani yakhe nina abantu abayazi ukuthi kudingeka amaphepha anjani for umsebenzi onjena then ku easy for ukuthi i-department ibone ukuthi lo muntu uyacomplya kuyo yonke into edingekayo so work on that train also amabhizinisi abasakhulayo abafuna abantwana bethu bafunda ezikoleni ezibhlungu njenganathi eMarville our school was taken from our community to other community ibhasi inokuza ingabalanda abantwana inokubashiya ngoba la phesihlala khona kusemaplazini ngathi kusemaplazini it's a mining area so abantwana bethu bayasafa fanele bahamba abantwana bethu bayalahleka fanele uhleli uzune imali yepetrol okanye uqasha imoto kamakhelwane umntwana kabuya ngesikolweni ibhasi ayimlandanga udriver mawumbuza ubakhohliwe abantwana bendawo zethu so siyacela portfolio committee kenisihambisele lo mlomo singoma somabhizinisi abasakhasayo ukuthi sicela kufundiswe thina umsebenzi then sizothatha i-responsibilities for izikolo zabantwana bethu yonke into ezakakhiwa in sicela nifundise thina keniyeke laba sebasuthi bayasimosha danko.
Sanibonani. Igama lami uMusa kaKhumalo ngisuka eAlra Park. Umbuzo wami udirector kubobaba ngapha laba bebasiphendula manje. Ngendlela yami angiboni ukuthi siphenduleke ngendlela esigculisayo. Ngoba umbuzo usamile. Ngoba nikhala ngama contractor ukuthi yiwangenza umsebenzi. Kanti awachekwa na before umqhashi umuntu uyahamba uyobuka umsebenzi wakhe awuyenze previously. Ubuze futhi nala bekenza khona kulaba abamchashile ukuthi uwenze kanjani umsebenzi wakhe sicela ukubona before nimchasha so ngoba sihleli la ngokubona kwethu mina ngibona ngathi kuchashwa abantu enibaziyo nibanike lawo ama contractor njengoba ubaba ashilo ukuthi there's a budget being set aside just in case the contractor doesn't pull through shuthi nisuke nazi putting that budget aside nisuke nazi ukuthi vele the contractor won't pull through nizokhona ukuthi nenzeni nifaka omunye umuntu kuloku delay process kuloku kudliwa imali siyacela ukuthi next time sicela ukuthi kuyenzwa ama reference checks kuma contractor wenu because kudelay imfundo yabantwana abasala emuva whilst abanye abantwana babo baseyikoleni eziprivate laba babebaleka ku education.
Good afternoon again. Thank you. My name is Natasha. This time I also want to talk in regards to our park, Ward 88. I'm not only here for Lakeside Primary, but I'm here for my ward where I'm staying currently at. And as well as I would love to put on the table our early childhood development centers. As we are falling under Department of Education, but there's nothing happening for us at all. There's a empty vacant building that belongs to a preschool, that belongs to CCC. Personally, I've applied for it based on the fact that I love to give quality education and developing of our children. I'm rapidly growing my ECD center, but I cannot accommodate our community's children. That is why I've applied for the building, and the feedback we receive from CCC, they are waiting for the process of legislations in order to decide whether they're going to release it to one of us that have applied for the center or whether they're going to invest in another business venture in that building. It's a concern that we have to wait for almost 2 years for this building to be released. While we have children suffering, while the mainstream schools cannot accommodate all grade R children, And since we are falling under them, what is happening to the rest of the children besides our great our children that's not being accommodated? There's land that have been reserved for the Department of Education. I've applied back in 2017 for this land. I have missed out on opportunities for sponsors to build an ECD center, again, to accommodate the children. The answer I got, the land is reserved for the Department of Education. When I went to them, they were more than willing to accommodate us and to release the land. However, there's one director from Springs that states, what if they want to build an ECD center? My concern comes from all these presentations that took place today. If poor workmanship takes place, what are we going to get for our ECDs? Will they give the same poor quality to us? What risk is at hand here? I would like to know, because there's nothing, absolutely nothing happening in our park with regards to the ECD sector. Thank you.
Are you registered? Are you a registered company for ECD?
All of us are only registered on NPO.
As an NPO?
Yes, we are not registered with the Department of Education based on compliance requirements and the fact that...
What is the biggest requirement that is hindering you to register on the Department of Education?
The zoning process, sir.
The what?
The zoning process.
The zoning?
Yes.
Rezoning or zoning?
The rezoning.
From the municipality?
From municipality, yes.
So you have pocket of land that you are using currently?
Currently we are using, or most of us are using our residential areas or our homes, backyard of our homes to run our ECD centers from.
So there's a group of you that is doing that?
Yes, sir. We are plus minus 13 ECDs within our park.
Okay. This is what we are going to do. When we leave here, me and you need to meet. Let's take your details. Let's agree on a day. You mobilize everyone within your ward that is into that business, or anyone that you know within a walking distance that is into that business. We'll see from education department, who do we get? We see who do we get from social development. We come and have a meeting where they will able to assist you on what is it that you need for you to be recognized as a fully registered ECD. Once we have done that, we then meet with the Department of Infrastructure, because majority of buildings and pockets of land in the province are under their care. To say to them, can you release this pocket of land, can you release this pocket of land, so that you are able to do your work. Is that workable? That this lab, the lady, Musa, was not necessarily a question but a concern. To say, let's move away from what we are doing. That we say, and I know the explanation might be different, but it's how she understood it. To say we've put a budget, just in case a contractor doesn't pull through, we're able to step in and get another contract. I know the explanation might not necessarily be about knowing that the contractor is not going to pull through. It's what you call retention, yes. She's referring to that. I would want to, when we are done, explain thoroughly to her exactly how it works, so that when she leaves here, she's able to teach others as well, to say this is how it works, so that we don't leave her with that thing because she goes and she believes that this is what we are doing as a department. It's not necessarily different, but you know, there's a thin line in between. And then we go to... Yeah, I want to say something, and I hope your personality is exactly what I see. Easy, you know, friendly, full of life. I hope that's your personality, because that's what I see. I used to be a Knoxman. Do you know what's a Knoxman? Oh, okay. So at least, yeah, I could read properly. Ne? I'm not misled. You are referring to incubation. In a nutshell, what you were raising, it's in incubation. Can we go back to that? If we have a contractor that is working on a particular project, can we identify SMMEs that are going to be incubated in that project? So that when the project is done, you came into the project as a SMME with a bank balance of 2,600. When the project is done, you are now sitting with 230,000 in your account, and therefore you have moved from this level to this level. And if we do that, it's the only way that we are going to get more and more people into construction, more and more people into business. But if we don't, and it's only companies that belongs to us that continues to get project, we're not going to achieve what we want to achieve. And we fully agree with you. Maybe as part of moving forward, honorable members, from time to time, department must say to us, in this project, these 1, 2, 3, 4 companies that are under incubation. And when we are finished, they must come back and say, we're done now. We can call these 4 companies to come and tell you that indeed they were in incubation and the companies have moved a step further or 1 step ahead. We must not call you and say, hey, when we started, I had 300,000 in my account. I'm sitting here, I owe 2.3 million. That the same Fisher is no more. I think was buried sometime last week. He was an SMME who died trying to fight with the department for SMMEs to be paid because the contractor could no longer pay them and they used their money to push the project and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, and this is something that we have also taken, that in the next formal meeting that we have with the MEC and the HOD, together with the team, we must have it in contract, that when they give a contractor a business, monies that must be paid to SMMEs must come from the department and not from the contract, because we have seen what the contractors are doing, and it impacts on you. With that in mind, we want to take agenda item 7 and item 9 into one. So we take both 7 and 9. When you are done, we take 7, 9, and 10. Rian Ditlek, where are you? Rian Ditlek. Oh. Who's Rian Ditlek? Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Huh? Rihanna Ditlek. Oh, okay. And Mamput, Maluban, Mushoban. Yazi bekubhala umZulu la. Hey, ubhaling into eyale igibele u-N3.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Maputi Onismas Mokobane.
Mokobane. Yes, you know, your name is your identity. It's important that we get it right. I don't know if you are like me. I normally get these calls where they want to sell me some product and what. And the moment I say hello and you pronounce my name incorrectly, I drop the phone. I am not interested because you are not prepared to talk to me. If you want to talk to me, you must get my name correct. So when I say hello, say, hey, no, Bonisi. I am like, my name is Bonisile. So that one is not mine. Rather call me Bones. It's easy that way. So let me check something here because I want us to move quickly. We're going to take 7, 9, and 10. And then we take 8 and 11 as part of our discussion. Is there anyone who understands sign language in here? Ishaye mama, so that maybe bangizwe ukuthi ngiyabuza ukuthi khona umuntu understand sign language. Yeah, in here, not the ones that are watching on YouTube and everything. Here in this meeting, you understand it, sis? For now, let's leave her beauty and concentrate on her abilities. So the reason I was asking if there's anyone here who understands sign language, except for those that are on YouTube tab and Facebook.
I do have my sisters who can speak can't talk, who uses sign language. I'm so impressed to see someone like this one here around. I even posted, yes.
Nah, that's what I wanted. No, I'm fine, thank you. That's what I wanted. In 2013, FNB Stadium, the weather was like this outside. It was the memorial service of the late President Nelson Rolihlahla Madiba Mandela. And no one, until that one called Barack took stage, that people started complaining about the interpretation. So I'm happy if you are saying you are impressed. I'm very happy. Thank you so much. And that is lab 7, 9, and 11. I don't know who's doing the present. Oh, it's you. All right. So thank you. All right, sharp.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to members of the committee and the community of BOKSBURG. Dumela. Lebitso la ka ke Levi Mashabela, the Chief Director responsible for strategy and planning in the department. Kajeno ke tlo fana ka report in terms of annual report. And it's not moving. Yeah, this is a table of content in terms of what I'm going to talk to briefly. I'm going to start by giving context into the development of an annual report. National Treasury has issued what we call framework for developing annual performance plan and strategic plan. So what it does, it says that each department, each time, they must then develop what you call the annual performance plan, which is a year ahead. And that annual performance plan must then translate into quarterly performance reporting. It then gets voted, which is appropriation, and then we are given the money to say, this is how much you get, this is the target that you need to achieve. In the end, which is a Q4, it then translates to annual report. So today I'm therefore going to give the annual report, how we have done based on the money we have received and based on the target that we have set. The annual report, which is now published after it has been audited. So the structure of our report, it's mainly 4 issues. We're going to talk to how we have achieved on our targets. We're also going to reflect briefly on the financial performance, and then we're going to talk to issues around the governance and accountability. We're also going to close with the human resource information that basically gives disaggregation in terms of how many staffing we have had at the level of senior managers and also below that. But what is key is that our annual performance plan, which is now annual report published, it therefore measures 2 aspects, what we have achieved and what we have not achieved. So this is how we're going to basically give our storyline. So we had a total of 43 planned targets that we needed to achieve, and those targets translated into 51% of what we have achieved. What we have not achieved in full, it basically translates to 49%, but in that 49%, there are those targets that are partially complete. It therefore means that they were not reaching the full completion. That's why in the annual report, they are therefore regarded as not achieved. So this is the analysis in terms of the program. As I said, we've got 3 programs, Program 1, Program 2. In Program 2 is the education infrastructure, health infrastructure, and property management. Then we've got the Program 3, which is the EPWP. In Program 1, so far as their target, they've been on 50-50. They've achieved 50, and 50 of those have not been achieved. In Program 2 combined, we closed the year with the 54% of the target achieved. In program 3, which is EPWP, we have closed with a 33%. Here we're basically giving a trend analysis to basically show since 2019, because we are now going towards end of the term, we are reflecting on the journey that we've been traveling so far as our annual report publication point of view is. In 2019, we were sitting at the 50% of our target that we have achieved. In 2020-21, we therefore dropped by 1% to 49%. In 2021-22, we dropped to 43%. We therefore went up annual report. This slide talks to, in program 1, what is in program 1? It's those issues that talks to BBBE. What is in BBBE is those procurement spend for the people with disability, for the youth, military veterans, and TER. So we are basically showing how we have closed the year insofar as this target are concerned. We have not been doing well insofar as the people with disability, but the commitment we made, because the oversight have given us guidance and counseling, so when we now procurement spend on the people with disability, including the military veterans. We also had in program 1, which is a 30-day payment, we're showing that how many total invoices we've received and how many of those were paid within 30 days. We then move to program 2. Like I said, program 2 is deals with the infrastructure project. We have had the details insofar as a project. So this is what we have now achieved, total of 14 of those projects, and we are showing what are the names of those projects in terms of the 5 developmental corridors. You would notice that the Northern Corridor has had an achievement of many of those projects, followed by the Central Corridor as well as the Eastern Corridor, and then less on the Southern Corridor. This is just the project portfolio where we give you the details insofar as those projects. We have just discussed the name of those projects that we have talked to, but these are the projects that were in the year under review, that we basically giving the details in terms of what are the name and who's the project manager, what is the money related, and what is the expenditure in relation to that. All this slide basically talks to that. Then we move to program 3, which is program 2. As I said, that program 2 is divided into infrastructure project portfolio, which is health, education, and STAR. Now, in program 2, we now have a property management where we have set target around the revenue collection. The target that we said we are going to collect the 31 million, which is going to come from, you know that there's state properties that we are leasing and which people have to pay market-related rental, amongst others. So we've been able to generate revenue of 37.7 million. We then have properties that are transferred to third parties. Those are the properties that we call non-core assets that are disposed through processes that is in place, where the target of don't we're able to do 13 of those. So we then had those properties that are in the asset register that we needed to verify, which is a total of 6,500 of those. We were able to verify 8,333 of those. Then we have a responsibility to ensure that we do pay rates and taxes of the leased building or the office accommodation that we are basically providing on behalf of a department. So in that, we're able to pay the 1 billion of the rates and taxes. Then we have the last program, which is the EPWP. And as you know, EPWP deals with the work opportunity created and also deals with the issues around the training. So we have a responsibility to ensure that across the Gauteng province, all departments have responsibility to create a work insofar as EPWP is concerned, and then give the department the numbers to consolidate, including municipalities. So we had a total of 100,000 that we needed to ensure that the numbers are achieved. We were able to do 80,000 for both GPG department and municipalities. But we also had total target of 2,005 of the beneficiaries that we needed to train, but we were able to train 1,907. This is information which is now published in the annual report, audited, and therefore disclosed as such. This is a breakdown in terms of what is in the detail around the sectors, which sector we've been able to create the numbers in social, infrastructure, and environment across all the department as well as municipalities. That then takes care of the targets that we have planned in the annual performance plan, which is now published in the annual report. Now, what is the money that we have been given, how far we have spent in that? This is the financial part. And in the financial, we have been allocated 3.3 billion, and we've been able to spend 3.2 billion of our total budget. Then we've got in financial management, we've got what we call transfer and subsidies. This is basically talks to the rates and taxes, as I've already talked to. And then we've got also issues around the capital payment for capital asset. We've spoken about the 30-day payment. So this is a detail that is in the what we call the annual financial statement, which is now published. As I said, this is the 3 program, and it basically shows from the monies we've been given how by the legislature, which is appropriated and translated into vote 15 as we are. This is basically what we call economic classification. Economic classification basically details all the component within the financial management. We've got and the work that we needed to do, which is amongst others goes through 3 quotation in that way. This is now the details, this is what we call the statement, the financial statement that basically talks to appropriation and also revenue. As I said, 3.3 is what we have been given, and then 3.2 is what we have basically spent. This is basically the balance sheet that then talks to what is our surplus, what we have not been able to spend and disclosed and audited in the financial books. This is basically the statement of financial position, which is mainly the balance sheet that then talks to what is our cash and cash equivalent. That then takes care of the part that we have been able to spend this so much amount of money as we've been given. This is accountability governance section, where this is the part that now the AG, having audited our books, is able to come into conclusion to say that with regard to the financial statement, yes, the department is able to have a financial statement that is free from a material misstatement, which therefore says that the AG has now given us an unqualified audit with no misstatement. This takes in terms of the journey from the previous financial years. So then the AG says, in terms of the annual performance plan, which is what I've talked to, the first part it was the Fs, the second part is the annual performance report. And then AG says that, yes, your book is free from material misstatement, therefore you are unqualified, which means you are therefore clean. But then the AG says that you are lacking in terms of the issues around the compliance and laws with regulations. So you have basically dropped a bit there because you then had those issues of which are material non-compliance that relate to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and to extend the irregular expenditure. So this is a part that we now need to, as part of AG action plan going forward, we therefore need to improve so that then we are able to, as we move towards the close of the term, we're able to have a clean audit. So the last part then talks to human resources. Human resources in the system in both program 1, 2, and 3. So this is basically the disaggregation in terms of a salary band, how many people we have from level 1 to 2, and what is the money related to that, and what are the skill level, and what is the skill level in terms of a production in that way. This section therefore deals with the vacancy rate, and in terms of the regulations, so we need to have at least a threshold of a 10% in terms of a vacancy rate. So you'd notice that we have not been able to move faster in recruitment. So we closed the year with the 16% of our vacancy rate, which is slightly higher. We are not unable to fill in the post, but the commitment going forward, so we would see this reducing, going towards the threshold that we're expected to be at. This is employment equity. Employment equity shows how many men at the level of senior managers and how many women we are, and how many of those in terms of professional. And as you know, that our department is technical in nature, so we have to have a number of people who are engineers, who are artisans, who are QS, and in the main, so that they are able to help the department to implement projects, more than the people that are in support. So this is basically the band that basically give that disaggregation. Chair, as we conclude, this is a report as we are now giving to the portfolio committee back and report that this is how we have done insofar as achieving our target, as well as ensuring that we spend based on what we have spent. We commit that we can only be better off from now and improve as we move towards the end of the term. Thank you very much, Chair. This basically is the end of the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll be standing in for the chair whilst chair is taking interviews outside. And that the slab, you've got 475 professionally qualified and experienced specialists and mid-management. So it means everybody who's working, almost, because we're taking the chunk, is qualified and has experience, if I'm correct, if I'm reading this thing right. I'm looking at this slide, sir, employment equity. Ne? It says you've got a total of 475 professionally qualified and experienced specialists in your department. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you very much. I think the chair said we'll take item 9 immediately, update on the BOKSBURG residents. Who's going to do that in that day? Slab. Good.
Chair, we've got Ma'am Charity. She will take us on the presentation from our property management unit.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Whilst we're still waiting, Dr. Slab, what is nice about it is that after presentation of the annual report, our stakeholders were clapping hands, so it means there's something good that you have done.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members of the committee and the community of BOKSBURG. My name is Charity Gunene. Deputy Director from Property Management under the leasing section. I will then take you through to the presentation of regarding BOKSBURG North properties. In terms of our table of content, we will be going through the mandate of DID and DRT, background, lease agreements, eviction process, and planned by the Department of Roads and Transport to build PWV 15 road. Thank you. In terms of the purpose is to present and to provide a status update on illegally occupied properties situated in BOKSBURG to the Portfolio Committee for the Department of Infrastructure Development. In terms of the mandate by the DID, the DID is primary custodian of Gauteng provincial-owned immovable assets as governed by the GIAMA Act 19 of 2007. Section 1 or C of the GIAMA Act mandates DID to manage state immovable assets, that is land and buildings, required by the DID and its user departments for the purpose of service delivery objectives in the province as defined in the Schedule 6 of the Constitution. These include essential service delivery of immobile assets, such as offices, residential immovable assets required by the user departments, and vacant land held for the future as service delivery objectives. The mandate of the DRT, which is Department of Roads and Transport, is drawn from the Section 50 and 56 of the Gauteng Transport Infrastructure Act, which is GDID number 8 of 2001. Section 50 and 56 of the GDID assign the following functions to the Department of Roads and Transport, amongst other: leasing out or disposal of land, implementation or equipment owned by the province, or lease out or dispose of rights held in the land by the province that was acquired for in connection with transport infrastructure and is not immediately required, or lend such implements or equipment or grant temporary rights to such land free of charge. In terms of the BOKSBURG properties that are illegally occupied, there is a total of 42 properties illegally occupied in BOKSBURG. 40 of the 42 illegally occupied properties in BOKSBURG are situated in 14th and 15th Avenue, and they were expropriated for the purpose of demolition to create space for road construction of PWV 15. These properties are categorized as follows: 39 are residential properties, 1 is a commercial building with retail shops on the ground floor, and 11 flats on the first floor. Then there's a workshop facility. These properties were declared as road reserve by then Transvaal Provincial Administration for the provision of the public and provincial road, which is PWV 15. The properties were expropriated solely for the demolition to pave way for the construction of the planned PWV 15. And the proclamation and expropriation of the properties was to support the development of an Aerotropolis at the OR Tambo International. Then in terms of the 40 illegally occupied properties expropriated for the PWV 15 future road construction, as part of the process of leasing occupancy in these properties, DID previously approached various occupants to negotiate and conclude lease agreements. DID was successfully in entering into leases for 4 occupants who were willing to legalize their occupancy, while the PW 15 project is still in the planning stage. The 4 leases that were concluded have since expired, and DID was unable to renew the leases as the occupants were not paying rental in line with the signed agreements. They were owing outstanding rentals, and during negotiations of the 4 leases, the occupants of the properties were made aware that the properties would be demolished in future, and notice to vacate will be served as and when required. So it must be noted that these lease agreements were entered into on a discounted rental based on 0.5% of the property value, taking into consideration the condition of the property at the time. The maintenance responsibility was given to the tenant, as the department could not spend any monies on the properties earmarked to be demolished. The department did not enter into any lease agreement with the remainder of the occupants due to various reasons, amongst other, multiple occupants in the residential properties where none of the occupants were willing to regularize themselves, and then certain occupants could not afford payment of rental, which is market related, even the minimum of 0.5% that was offered by the department. And in 2017, DRT, which is Department of Roads and Transport, instructed GDID to stop the signing of the leases for the BOKSBURG properties due to DRT being in the process commencing with the construction of the road in October 2018. Currently, none of the BOKSBURG properties occupants are paying rental to the department. This is of eviction of illegal occupants and terminate all month-to-month lease agreements in relation to BOKSBURG North properties in preparation for the road construction, which was planned to were drafted. Notices were drafted by the state attorney and were only served on the occupants of BOKSBURG North in February 2021. And subsequent serving the notices, the eviction process was put on hold due to DRT not being ready to commence with the construction. DRT cited high cost of the design and construction of the PW15 as reasons for delay in commencing with the road construction. DRT has advised they have approached the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, which is GIFA, to investigate funding option and possible public-private partnership to be used as a vehicle for the road construction. DRT has since confirmed that the project is still proceeding and that DID will be advised when construction is due to commence. DID has commenced with the process of Section 42 transfer of these properties to DRT. As a result of the above, the eviction process in BOKSBURG is still on hold. And then further to that, we have two BOKSBURG illegally occupied properties which do not form part of the previously expropriated properties. So the details are as follows. We have portion 0 of R235 and 234 of BOKSBURG East Extension 3. This property is vested under the GPG. The last site visit done by the department indicated that this property is illegally occupied and used as a factory where illegal occupants are fixing power tools. The process of handing over the illegal occupants to legal services is underway for eviction proceedings. The second one is portion 3, 4 and 8 of R1136 of BOKSBURG North. This property is not yet vested in the government, provincial government, but is deemed provincial. The vesting process for this property is to be registered. GPG is currently underway, and then the property is an old, vandalized, and dilapidated school. The school is under the leadership of and management of Department of Education. The process of handing over the illegal occupants to legal services is underway for eviction proceedings. In terms of the challenges and the mitigations thereof, firstly, we have illegal occupation and the occupants are not paying rental as expected by the department. And then there's properties in poor condition due to non-maintenance, therefore is a risk to the occupants, and overcrowding of BOKSBURG properties, which is safe hazard to the occupants as well. And then in terms of the mitigation, the Department of Roads and Transport as a secondary custodian in the province is to accept these 40 properties that were expropriated for road reserve through Section 42 transfer. This will enable the Department of Roads to manage these properties in line with their road construction program.
DID to proceed with the eviction process on the illegally occupied facility, and where structures are deemed unsafe, DID and DRT to agree on a plan for demolition of all unsafe properties. Thank you, Chair and committee members and the members of community. This is the end of the presentation with regards to the Boksburg North properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. As I hand over back to the chair, do you have people from or officials from Department of Roads and Transport for additions? Okay. Can you have that presentation? Chair, I'm handing over back to you. Thanks.
Is leaving. Our transporters are telling us that we must go now or we'll walk home. As you will know that we are far from home. We are in fact in a different ward. So, Chair, my request is that maybe on the site you address the matter of transport, because we came here to attend and the interesting or the main subject is the current or the upcoming one. Thank you.
No, you know, the difficulty or weakness is that the procurement processes will have indicated that by 5 would be done without taking into consideration the things that you raised in the morning, the weather, the what. Kaya, please finalize the issue of transportation. Just ask that they give us extra 20 more minutes so that we wrap up, because this is the last presentation. After this, it's our normal committee staff. Kinelwe, please, just last 20 minutes. We should be done by 6:25. Just ask for that. Thank you so much for raising it. Mrenak, so clearly a problem at transport.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, members of the community, my colleagues from DID. Mine is just basically to give an update on the status of this project, the PW15, and also give the status of the transfer of the properties. So we thought maybe let me start with the status of the background of this project. This is a freeway which is 34.6 kilometer long. It's a 2 lanes per direction, north-south freeway. It will provide a much needed eastern freeway to the airport precinct, in particular national and international freight logistics will benefit from the road in providing an alternative route bypassing the congested Gilulis farm area. The freeway starts from Ponomona interchange on the R21 close to the airport, runs east of the airport and terminates at the N3 in the proximity of the Tambo Springs. Order of the cost estimate in 2017 for the project is about 9.5 billion, which includes the land cost of 600 million. And this, however, much development has taken place over the sections, and this will be affecting the cost. So we need to revise this cost as we move along. And a tender for the detailed design and site supervision for the PW15 freeway for the first 10 kilometers was done in December 2017, but later cancelled due to the litigation between the GRT and the unsuccessful bidder. So we tried to start, and from the previous presentation from our colleague, you can pick up that we wanted to start as early as December, but we couldn't because of this interdict, and nothing has happened since then. So this is just, as you can see on the right-hand side, the blue line is just indicating the PW15. And on the right-hand side is basically the description of the project, as I've mentioned, from N3 to R21, and also the order of costs and the status of the planning, the engineering status, talking about the dual carriageway freeway. So I will not go through the details, and it's the same as you move along, Honorable Chairperson. But I must say that because of the cost, we couldn't really start with the project. We had to now look for alternative funding, and we have not really gone to that point now. But in a nutshell, we are engaging with the other institutions to see if we can get any funding for us to start with the project. That will eliminate the problem of the 42 properties as indicated by our colleagues from DID. So as it is now, properties will be demolished, obviously, when the DRT is ready to construct the road, because it's on our road reserves. And then we'll have to give the tenants some sort of notification as per the agreement that our DID colleagues has entered into with these owners, the tenants. So if we don't construct and we remove the tenants, we run a risk of the land being evaded, and once it's encroached, we're going to have a problem of, or we're going to lose the road reserves in its entirety. So we currently are trying to get the funding and finish the designs and then appoint the contractor for us to really occupy the land in a form of the PW15. And it's a very important road. We cannot afford to lose that, the road reserve. So as I've mentioned, the properties are under the management of the GDID, and then we are in constant communication with them. Our colleagues from DID has mentioned that we are in the process of transferring, or they are in the process of transferring the land, the properties to the department. Once they are transferred to us, we will then have to manage the current situations with the tenants. And obviously there will be lease agreements, or there will be an arrangement on how are we maintaining or managing the properties themselves. But this issue of the properties will be resolved once we have the designs and we are ready to construct the land, because they are currently on the road reserves where the PW15 will be constructed. And like I said, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, is the issue of funding. And should we get the funding, we will start with the designs, then construction of the PW50. But for now, funding is still a problem, and we need to resolve that within the DRT. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
You are noted, you are number 1. Can we get number 2? You are number 2, my brother there. You are number 3, my sister. You are number 4. You are number 5. Going once, twice, gone. You are number 1. You are number 2. You are number 3. You are number 4. You are number 5. Number 1.
Okay, I would like to greet everyone around us. Nna ke a bua he. Nna ke botsa hore like as le point ile di pleke tse leng gore le tlo ntsha batho ho tlo te lona ke molao he. So batho ba tlo tswang di plekeng tseo ba tlo ya kae? Nna ke botsa hore batho ba tlo tswang hara di pleke tse tlo ba tlo ntshuwang di plekeng hore bona ba tlo ya kae? Number 2.
Okay, dumelang. Ke tseba ke na le unique voice ne. Let's come makal. Tina senza nje, tina senza. Uma sifune indawo, tina senza nje. Tina senza nje. Uma sifune indawo. Asisebenzi siyahlala. Uma sifuna le ndawo thina senza nje. Asisebenzi siyahlala. Uma sifuna le ndawo thina senza nje. Thina senza nje. Uma sifuna le ndawo. Asisebenzi siyahlala. Uma sifuna le ndawo. Okay, settle down, please. Okay, le ke gopela go botsisha gore rena re dula mola 14 and 15. Re na le families mola. Re belege bana mola re ba godišetša gona mola. Ba tsena dikolo gona mo. Some of us ba bereka gona mo. So ge le re la re ntšha le re ye kae. Okay, le tlo re ntšha la re fa some hall, maybe like re Thokoza or kae. Bana ba rena ba tsena dikolo around here. Ba tlo fihla jwang dikolong. Ba ba bereka mo ba tlo ya jwang meberekong. Ane ba re sa kgoneng le re iša kae. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. My name is Mboneni Hlachwayo, part of the the committee that represents 14. With that being said, let me appreciate the invite and let me greet all the honorable members from the legislature and all the directors from various departments, as well as our community. Comrade Chair, I think we must reflect. We have been given this opportunity in the past. I think it was November 2021. It was the first opportunity that was presented before us. And most recently, it was on August 2023. And there were submissions that were made through, I think it was a visual meeting. And the conclusion there was that there was going to be a steering committee that was going to engage outside of this platform so that we can try and address case-by-case issues in relation to these houses. Secondly, I just wanted to make it clear to the Department of Infrastructure, because we must agree that they dropped the ball. The tenants that were occupying those houses were willing and honoring their arrangements with the DID. But DID started sending rogue sort of how do I call inspectors or whatever they call it. And then you start questioning who's these guys collecting rentals from these tenants. And then the community decided that, you know what, until someone is accountable towards these tenants, then we honor this lease agreement. And with that being said, these leases expired. When they expired, we were informed that they are not going to be renewed because DRT is taking over. We are now going to be taken over by the directorship from that department. And since then, everything fell apart. And when we approached them, they said they are waiting for DRT. And then it's back and forth, and there's no resolution. So we must also agree that the department themselves let the tenants down. Now, coming back to what's so-called illegally occupied buildings or of some sort, I think the department themselves must thank those who are occupying those buildings because they are looking after them. They are making sure that there is no criminality activities happening around there. And thirdly, the community at large is looked after because they know there is someone they know who resides next to them. Then to have an empty building that is not looked after. Fourthly, I know they deployed security. However, this security itself no meaning or no purpose to a certain extent because there's nothing that they do instead of sitting down, looking who's going in and out. And when there is criminality happening while everyone is at workplace, nobody can account. They just don't know who went in and out that house. So the purpose of having as looking after this building means nothing because the buildings that are supposed to be manning and guarding are in actual fact not being looked after in reality. Now, we have no intention to stand in a way of development. That must be clear. We want to see the country being developed and move to a better level. However, We have on record that the Department of Road and Transport got vacant lands within the Boksburg North area. Why don't we then consider building a low-cost housing and then take this community over there and then start with your investment program? Because I see from the previous meetings, we were informed that we are waiting for consolidation of budgets and all that. And this causes uncertainty, and this uncertainty brings about an element of mistrust. And we cannot have or allow the communities who got their kids at school staying in these properties, but there are uncertainty about the future of their kids. If they're still gonna be waking up on those houses and going to attend schools. And some of these tenants are employed within the industrial areas that are nearby these houses. And now to stay in a place without knowing what the future holds for you is a problem. I want to believe that we got a caring government. We got our government that looks after the communities. If that is the case, then we should be having like a bilateral meetings, discussing these matters, and we are all kept on a loop as to what is happening and where we're going, or what can we do, because I saw when GDID was presenting about mitigating the challenges. The mitigation of challenges that was presented there is only looking at the GDID view. It doesn't say how do we factor the tenants legally or illegally occupying towards these mitigating factors. I want to thank you.
Good evening each and everyone here. I'm MJ Batsieting. What Mr. Mbonin have talked now, it was on my way to say that, but I've got something to say again. Do not forget, guys, that our slogan is Batopele, people first. Now, if ever you want to do your things of which we are going to left it back, they can say that they are going to do a road. There is a road from where and where and where, but most unfortunately, that road will never end. Why they don't check Boksburg as is? Roads are falling apart. Water, you cannot go when it's raining in Boksburg, right here in front of the people. But now you are looking for the people. By tomorrow, you'll go to the houses and say that people must go and vote. You must forget that if ever your house is in a good way, think about another person of which his house is on the way. First, go and look at Ronebelt Road. There's nothing. Now, all the cars are coming to the site. Roads are flooding. Roads are flooding, but you are talking about roads today, of which it will never happen. You're just looking after the people. You guys, maybe you are staying in a high position on those houses. People, they don't have money. There's no job in South Africa. They're taking the people from outside. Why? Because they're cheap laborers. Now, automatically, people look after the people. Never ever sit down there on the offices, DRD, and then thinking about the people, South African, who are staying at that areas. Think about the people, boys. Thank you.
Galabora Chabasarish Lina Laga is a Pompi, Hoshi Trobachal, I think I change. Can I lay 3 points? In fact, it's 4. Number 1, Modulas Tuluale Judge. Ke hopela gore the presentation di share le community, because the presentation di botlhokwa. And Renaba Bangwere slow. It's only tomorrow when I'm seated at home that I'll be able to align with the actual content of the presentation. Kwa attendance registering my email address, but if there's any or the platform that you use to share presentation, I'm available and to give you that way or that platform. Gore na le ka di share bjang le rena di presentations. They are very important. Point 2, I want to talk to Mr. Selepeman. This one is personal. The chief director responsible. He made it as if this process is a favor to us. As a favor, this process is our constitutional right. We are supposed to be engaged as the community. And then if you don't want to engage yourself, if you don't want to engage us, then go sit in your offices and make your decisions alone. And we'll simply comply. Mr. Slap. Number 3, Mayor Charity Kunene, you refer to us as illegal occupants. Now, the word itself, ne? Illegal. Are illegal occupants. We are not illegal occupants. And I can go for example, Motlala. Ranagua 14 to 15 there was a house, it was burned down and occupied. And criminals used to use that house as their mobile plan. So one of the community members, not even one, no community, by decide or by dire ntloyela, by pente, by tsenchama faster, by the ring, or ba khone go dula. Bialo or illegal occupants ugusha butloko. And I monato re bitsa bialo. And then are illegal. We are South African citizens, card carrying, green passport ID. I can take it out for one idea. I even have a smart card, not a green one. Smart card. So when you say we are illegal, so maybe you need to sit down and find a better way. Not illegal occupation, are illegal occupants. No, le PW15. Alena budget. Ager. Elisna budget. Don't try to find a budget. Because we don't want to go. We are fine, we are at home. We are at home. Assembly, of course, we've got cranes there. It's just that we go back and Marina leba to buy loring, Lueno to Monotor Keko. And Orai. Alikua 14, 15 stratas and SL. Yana one, Obon Alagai. Another last Ketabaya security company. I know Comrade Mbonen and Comrade Chipa touched on it. Tabaya security company ne? I'll be honest. Now I'm not economic with the truth. That is not in my nature. I say if you didn't patalaj. That company security is foreign owned. Foreign owned. And employability abona. Basa hira batho ba go tswa Tsakane, batho ba go tswa Foslo. When we have people but they are qualified in our community to be security members. Now, I'm going to ask you one thing. Please go back to that security company. Investigate it. And tell that security company, yes, you are here. But please, but again, what the law says is 30%. 30% of the economy must come back to the community. It can be foreign owned and be owned by, or maybe leadership having a particular percentage in that thing. We are fine. But we are simply saying, nothing else. Because 14, majority of them are unemployed. Therefore, they cannot afford rent. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's all I'm saying. Thank you. You know, Mena, I'm dizzy. Maybe members understand. Mena, I'm dizzy because I don't know which one is 14, which one is 15. All I know is that we came here as a portfolio committee together with the department in Boksburg. We met one wonderful lady here, you remember, very energetic lady. I was hoping she'd be here today. Harding, ne? Yeah, that one. I was hoping she'd be here. We made a commitment to the lady and the neighbors that came on the day that we are going to come back. Coming back, we are going to want to listen to you. Therefore, go and mobilize. And I take your point, and I'll take it with me, even when we meet ourselves as a committee, that maybe we need to do justice to the community of Boksburg around the movement and the building and the construction of the road vis-a-vis illegal or legal occupation. And find a way, Tebe, find a way of meeting with yourselves again with the Department of Roads and Transport, with the Department of, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport, ourselves as a Portfolio Committee and the Infrastructure Department. So we have a conducive meeting, all of us under one roof. So there's no presentation that is done, but you do not have the documentation. And we give you probably those documents a week before the meeting. So you are able to go through them thoroughly. That's why it's noted here as a leader of the tenant. You are able to sponsor each other's views, that you raise this one, you raise this one. So when we come, actually meeting your kombana, or you are not going to do this, you are doing it. It's a meeting of saying, this is where we are, moving forward. How do we then move forward? We, as the tenants, were prepared to do the following: 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll only do this 4, subjected that you, as government, you are also willing to do 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that when we leave there, it's an ownership of everyone. It's not a one-sided approach where presentation comes, you feel as if you are being attacked because you are part and parcel of the community that is staying in what is it, 14 or 15, you understand? The route that is being constructed, the map affects where you are. And then when you speak, you are speaking because you're getting affected. And that person on the other side, because they are not affected, they don't care. It should be about all of us. And I think that will be the best approach. So that at the end of the day, the ownership, it's everyone. When we agree that, okay, department, someone suggests that there's a pocket of land, why don't you build it there and then move us there? The departments must be able to look at the budget. Will it suffice? How much money are we going to spend if we're to build houses and move you? And therefore, can't we redesign our roads? Instead of affecting where you already are, let's take this money that we're going to build houses and redirect the road so that it just bypass, it doesn't directly affect you. But that should be a discussion from both sides. We are not involved, we don't know what is the thinking of the department, but it's something that I believe we can work on. I believe we can have a meeting just before Christmas, man. Sometimes we procrastinate too much to a point that at a time we want to talk and discuss, it's no longer possible. People are angry, you waste the time and all of that. But if we squeeze everything, we sacrifice, because you sitting here, it's a sacrifice on its own. You could be anywhere, but you chose to be here. And simply because you understand the importance of how this affects you. So that will be my thinking, but I will lobby my team so that it's not my story alone. They can also own up to it, so that when we come to you, which should be anytime, sometime next week, you should be, I'm getting it in my email address when. You should be able to get an email that comes from Infrastructure Portfolio Committee that invites you to a joint meeting with transport and infrastructure. Where possible, let's also invite both MECs and their HODs so that it's a meeting that is able to take decisions. When we leave there, all of us, we leave with one voice, we leave understanding clearly what's going to happen moving forward. As I invite Ntate Slep and the team to respond to issues that have been raised so that members can also come in.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll ask Ma'am Charity and Dr. Mokobani to deal with the questions.
Thank you, Chair. I think I will answer on the first question in terms of the eviction process. And since the First Lady was indicating that they are having children that attending school in the area, and also some of the community members are employed within the area. So as per the presentation, we were given by the Department of Roads and Transport to issue 3 months notices to the tenant. However, this process is on hold until DRT is ready with the project. So the DRT will able to give us the time frame as to when will they be ready to then start with the construction of the road, and therefore the occupants will also be engaged in terms of the illegal processes, and then the department will also engage other stakeholders in terms of finding alternative accommodation. Those are the processes that will also be taken. And then with regards to the question by Mr. Ambrose Tlachwayo with regards to the formation of the steering committee, in that regard, we'll await for our senior managers to give us an indication as to when are we supposed to establish the committee, and then they will also give us the appointment of the members, the nomination of the members who will form part of the steering committee, including DRT, the committee members, and GDID. I think, yeah, on the second question by Mr. Tlachwayo on the willingness to sign the lease agreements, yes, we had but few tenants who signed the lease agreement. However, based on that, those who have signed the lease agreements, it's unfortunate that they were not affording to pay the required rental. Community members are not allowed amount to the account that is provided by the department. It's either through EFT or through the bank. So no one is allowed to knock at your door and collect rental, because the department has not appointed anyone to come and collect rental. That is illegal. Yes, I think I've covered some of the questions. We'll hand over to my colleague.
DDG from Roads and Transport. I think na senga sebelelang kunore e re tlo aga tsela ya rena mola a re tlo do fitla ra aga tsela re na le stakeholder engagement unit in our department, Roads and Infrastructure. Therefore, we will be in consultation, collaboration with our DID. We'll definitely collaborate and ensure that we inform when are we ready to construct the road, and obviously talk to all the stakeholders around. And I think the question that I will respond to, there was a question about the roads being falling apart in and around BOKSBURG. Why are we not dealing with that, the flooded roads and all that? We will take this, but I think these roads really are in the municipalities, but we will ensure that we talk to our colleagues within the municipality. We had, even today, there was an IGR where our HOD is running that IGR with the municipalities. So we will talk to them and ensure that whatever the issues that have been raised here are resolved. And on the provincial roads, we will also, we have an office in Benoni which deals with the road defects from, you talk about from road signs to potholes. We will ensure that our regional manager consult with the local leadership and ensure all the affected roads are well maintained as per the request from the community. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Member Magagula. Member Magagula is fine. Member Mngube. Member Mngube is fine. Member Mukheti. Member Mukheti agrees that there's the importance of having a proper discussion with everyone involved. Member Tong.
I'm fine. Chair, thanks.
Member Tong is also fine. This, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of our discussion for today. May you travel safe in this weather, and I hope when you get home, you'll be able to digest what we discussed today's meeting so that when we meet in the next meeting, you have a firm proposal that we can bring forward. We'll also see to it that you get Kaya. Yeah, let's send them emails, the documentation on their emails. Once you get it, please, I believe, and I always, when I'm convinced that I'm right, I bet with this big head of mine, I'm willing to put this big head of mine on the block, that we've got a document, share it on the WhatsApp group, so that even those that are not here are then able to access the documentation, and then the discussion can take place on the WhatsApp group. Just don't fight. Don't defend the department. When people in the WhatsApp group raise their issues. Thank you very much until we meet again. Maureen, do we have provincial bills?
We don't have, Chair.
Correspondence?
We don't have, Chair.
Date of the next meeting?
14 November.
1-4, next week Tuesday,
Yes.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
Virtual or physical? Physical. Where?
Around Etshwane.
It's external venue. Okay. Kenelwen, date of the next meeting is 14 November 2023. With that, ladies and honorable members, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.